All right, everybody. Welcome to our show with Raphael today. Today, we'll be talking about some of the shorts that Raphael has created on his channel, Act Like You Know 26. I'm sure most everybody from my audience should be familiar with Raphael by now. How is it going, Raphael?
Thank you. I'm doing well. And you?
Very well, indeed. What time is it over there where you're at in
It's
Austria?
evening. It's 7:30 in the evening right now. So this is the classical
Okay.
time when the most important, at least a few decades ago, the most important broadcast of the day was sent, which was the main news broadcast by the Austrian Broadcasting Operation, also known as Zeit im Bild, which means time in picture. Yeah, where the coordinated news have been given ever since, I guess, 1950 or something when they started. So yeah, auspicious time.
Yes, auspicious indeed. And at least in Austrian time, we are on a prime time schedule over there. Over here in India, most people are going to bed around 11 o'clock in the evening. But for me, I'm just starting at this time, so I'm good to go. Without further ado, today, what we're going to be doing is we're going to look at some shorts made by Raphael, and we're going to talk about the shorts and what David Ewing Jr. is talking about, and kind of elaborate a little bit and maybe dive into a little bit about what's being talked about over there. And as most everybody here may be aware that I am reading Flamenco's How It Was in Reality. So if there's any kind of insights that I can actually bring to the table based on the works of Flamenco, we'll also explore that as well. So I'm going to allow you, Raphael, to pick which shorts that you want to share, and then we'll just put them up as you wish, and then we'll go from there.
So there's not that many. We could even go through most of them. And anyhow, most of
Yep.
the shorts I created are concerning David's work, except maybe one or two that are translations. And what we could do is we just could go from oldest to newest. So,
Sounds
would
good.
would you like me to share a screen? Would you like to do it? What would be your preference?
I Why don't you do it because some of them are in German, and I don't know which ones to go with. So I'll let you
All right.
just share. I'll put it up once you are ready to go, and then let's just make sure the sound and everything is good.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do it that way.
Okay, so I'm gonna see if I get this right here. Present a screen to you guys, which will be a window, which will be this window. I think I said something. Yes. So let's see how we can further improve the visuals. Right here. Is that visible enough? And especially audible. I'll just play test it for a second. Can you hear that all right? Not or chat?
I can't hear anything.
Okay, I think we have had this issue before with the
Okay,
everything looks
well,
and sounds good.
maybe I should do it. Uh,
No
Maybe I
volume
should
on
do
that.
it. Maybe. Yeah, no volume at the moment. Bear with us, everybody, of a little technical difficulty. Yeah, I still don't hear anything. Um,
Okay, then there's some
so
kind of
yeah,
audio
yeah. Let
issue.
me do it. Let me do this.
Go ahead. Yes.
I'll go from the oldest to. I'll go to the
Exactly.
shorts. I'll go from the
Exactly
oldest,
that. Very simple.
and uh, uh, yeah, and then we'll go from there because I guess I just won't play the ones in German, right? The if I see a
There's
German
only like
writing, then I just
two
won't play that.
or something. There's not more than that. Most of them
There's
are
three of
David's
them, I
work in
think.
English. Yeah, one is
Okay.
something else or whatever, but It's not a lot, and it's easy to figure out.
Okay, give me a moment. Let me just present this here, and let's see if it will play. 1 second, everybody. Let's see. Why is it not playing? This is nope,
You can watch the
that's not
whole.
it.
We can watch the whole thing together. It's great. Okay. I mean, usually audio sharing has worked here so far. I wouldn't honestly know what the issue. Oh, okay. I have one idea maybe. Let's see. Sorry, guys,
Can
for the
you hear?
technical difficulties. Um, no, also I can't hear it. No, that's kind of relieving me that it doesn't work on either side. But that's very curious. That's very
Well, I don't
curious.
understand why it's doing this because I'm sharing it from my end, and uh, I'm wondering what the issue is here. Let's see. Oh, I
The
know. I got
Jesuits
it.
were created, yeah? Were they created to fight the Protestants?
Okay.
All
Okay.
these hidden
I got it.
struggles.
I think we got it figured out. Yes. So I think we got it figured out. So I'm going to reload it and then play it, and we're going to listen to it, and then we're going to talk about it. Okay. Get ready, everybody.
Yeah? Were they created to fight the Protestants? Were they created to fight on behalf of the church? They were created to open all these universities and schools.
Yes.
Why? So you've gone to this school, yes, and they've opened up all these schools, hundreds of them throughout Europe, not in Muslim countries, not in Turkey. And what was their objective?
Here it
To
says
convert Muslims.
a mission to the Muslim world was
To
the objective of
yes.
Loyola.
So who were these Muslims if the Jesuits are in Europe?
Yeah.
They're opening schools in France, in Paris, Frankfurt, Erfurt, Vienna.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
you name it, Prague. So now do you see what I'm getting at? This Islam was here. Yes, the Jesuits were created. Yeah. Were they created to fight the Protestants? Were they created to fight on behalf of the
Yeah, that's
church?
it.
They were created to open all these universities and schools.
Was that it?
Yes, yes. It's always only 1 minute, then it's repeating.
Yeah. Okay. So I hope everybody was able to hear that correctly. So basically, um, this is about European universities. Let me share the link that Raphael just has shared with us. Raphael, why don't you take us into this a little bit? Explain to us what he's talking about.
This is maybe even the first short I created with the work of David in this case. And anyone who has a content or wants to do anything and has the app on their phone, which by itself I wouldn't necessarily recommend to have the YouTube app on your phone. But if you do, then it's pretty easy to create what they call remixes. For some reason, that's only possible on the phone. And that's how I created the first few of these shorts. Because like I just want to, try it out. And there you can pretty easily, it's not very exact as of a tool, but you can easily trim out about a minute, add some very simple graphic and have it rendered by YouTube for you, I guess, in a sense. So that's how these first ones are created. This very first one basically starts maybe also with what David told me at the very beginning when we started our conversations, one part of which is this whole Jesuit university idea and what the true purpose of the Jesuits is. Of course, the Jesuits, they come up in all kinds of connections, all kinds of strange places, from what I understand. Even the Herald, Savior, God Emperor Donald Trump went to some sort of Jesuit education, officially at least. But what we then have is a different view on that organization if we are at the very least aware that according to their own documentation, their foundation basically, their foundational mission was to convert Muslims, as it says, a mission to the Muslim world. And I believe that is even from Loyola side, whatever is some truly official Jesuit outlet, let's say. And then, of course, everything is being put into a different perspective if we then consider how many individuals are in some way, shape, or form affiliated with that particular group and are also in some way, shape, or form working towards, in this case, I would say, the obfuscation of history and also the continued attempts to also, water down any opposition voices or any opposition circulations, potentially, including the Quran in its original form, as David is explaining, even potentially simply because it is one of the few pieces of information that has remained intact for, let's just say, over 100 years, which already would be a lot by today's standards. And yeah, just understanding that the Jesuits' official mission was to convert Muslims is highly relevant. And then when we look at the history of European universities, it makes you wonder why in whatever 1500, 1600, I mean, we don't have to go through the list, but let me just see whatever they have a list. Probably Google, if you put it in differently, will give you a list more readily of the first official universities. I'll look this up. A list of oldest universities in continuous operation would be the term for Wikipedia. Okay, then here officially, of course, they say some things start in 1100, 1200. Of course, once you have control of history, it's easy to backdate everything to whatever date you possibly would want. But still, it's suspicious that the first ones were in Italy, then you got England, and then you got Holy Roman Empire, Portugal, more Italy. So basically, let's say Southern and then Central Europe, which would make you wonder as to if the main mission of the Jesuits is to convert Muslims. Naturally, they should be going to places where Muslims are. And that is one big part of this whole hypothesis, that why am I opening a missionary works? The Pope will have his office or whatever, his bishops and whatever in the Vatican and in Rome, but is probably not going to open an outreach mission like they potentially would somewhere in the farthest reaches of African countryside. So yeah, that's just a very basic idea that is highly suspicious and can also potentially explain some of the undercurrent of, let's call it, anti-Quranic sentiment, consciously and subconsciously, in the West overall. Long explanation for a short.
No, but it's I think it's very important to really trying to clarify what you're talking about here because um look, this is what David Ewing Jr. is sharing with us, and basically, when you look up, the Jesuit order, right? They're what they're really about. Like their number one goal, I think it's good to reiterate this point is that they need to convert Muslims. That was their number one go. So why are they prominent in Europe? Why are they prominent in America, as an example? Why were they going to these places? So was America and Europe already filled with Muslims during that time, where the Jesuit order was needed to cleanse or what to say really like of like to convert. Conversion is the right word, right? Where that's what they've done pretty forcefully, so far as I understand it, like through the Inquisition and all, right?
I mean, they say maybe that these words are not officially related. Oh, I mean, even here there would be probably different ways to approach this. What I always think about is the supposedly Greek, maybe even ancient Greek term, probably, which is another question mark, of course, of catharsis, which would mean cleansing in a way, like you said. And then it always makes me question, what about the so-called Cathars? Of course, according to David, they would simply be one of many groups that got relabeled as quote unquote original Christians or original Muslims or original Jews. That would be the proper term for them. But they just got relabeled into Cathars or Bogomils or Waldensians or whatever else you would have, just to make it appear as if there was this big fragmentation already existing in Europe, and not that maybe they were all part of one single group. And with the Cathars, I find it interesting because, yeah, catharsis would mean cleansing, and then could be applied both ways. The one thing would be, oh, this maybe was one of the groups that should be cleansed from the map, or a certain belief system or power structure should be cleansed. At the same time, it could potentially refer to the practices that this group had within themselves, which could be cleansing. Of course, first thing that comes into mind here is bowel cleansing. And maybe also at some point we'll talk more about health and about parasites and about religion and fasting. There also seems to be some curious connection there, especially if we then also consider with the takeover, let's say, of the modern system, how quickly downhill the quality of food and other things we supply our body with, how quickly it has gone downhill, and to what extent it may actually benefit, not the cleansing, but I'm about to say the infestation of the body with all kinds of, conditions and imbalances up to the, let's say, possession through parasites.
Okay, so let's go to the next one. I have it lined up, so stay with us, everybody. We're going to be going through some short.
Everything in Arabic. Then suddenly came along, let's say, the church, and the church, their leader was called the Pope. Now, when you say the Pope today in English, people think it means Pope, yeah. But let's speak a bit of Mediterranean language here. It means Papa, yeah, Papa. This is in the modern pronunciation. Or let's speak in the Middle Ages. It means Baba, Baba, Baba is coming. The Pope, everyone was scared of him because he said, "I'm your dad, man. You must do what I say." Everyone was scared of Big Daddy. Yes, that's who the Pope was. So they had inquisitions and saying, "Baba is going to kill you, man. Baba said you've got to do this. He's your dad." Do you understand?
Right, yeah.
Yes, people don't seem to get it. Nowadays, they say, "Oh, another."
Yes.
Okay, so Pope, Papa, Baba. Pope is your daddy. You better listen to your daddy, right? So go, take it over, Raphael.
Right, this would go so far as to Baphomet or Baba Emmet, which then on the other side again would be the Great Truth or Muhammad. So we have also here potentially some maybe even deliberate mix-up or obfuscation in terms. I believe David even showed that Baffe, for example, in Baf, in what was it, Vietnamese or something, also means father. There has been, yeah, as I mentioned, maybe not to you, or maybe I have Mario Pras in German, Prass, Mario. He also did this type of language analysis and basically showed how, especially with words like mother and father, you can easily apply some formulas. Actually, interestingly enough, based on a poem by Goethe, which is called the witch's calculation or something. In German, it's called Hexeneinmaleins. It's kind of a famous part. And Mario Pras, according to information encoded in that poem by Goethe, is applying it to languages and through this way showing how different languages are connected. So that's not David's work in this case, but it's interesting to show or to mention, because especially with terms here like father, papa, baba, tata, oppa, just a few languages I'm aware of. It's quite astounding. And even just recently, I could, just because we talk about languages right now, I was listening to something Russian yesterday, and then right about a republic in Ingustan or something like this, somewhere I believe in the northwest, and they were talking about somebody being punished. And I don't understand Russian, so I didn't get the word structure or whatever they said, but they said something along the lines of, yes, it was about stealing your wife after the wedding and whether that's legal or not. And in that republic, they banned it as a cultural practice. And then they basically said, yes, now you will get Straf or something like this. This is the word they used, Straf something. And they were speaking Russian, right? I'm like, that's so curious. And especially the way they said it really almost sounded like the German way of saying wird gestraft or wird gestraft, which would mean something like he will be punished. Strafe is punishment in German. Yeah. So even here I'm like, oh, how ridiculous is this? And who wants to give me a logical explanation for the idea that such words would be imported to, I don't know, several thousand kilometers from where Germany is supposed to be headquartered, which would be around my area, Germany, Austria, right? So just to mention one of these other very strange connections, which can also make more sense if we understand that most of these modern languages may have been recently created and altered and forged. Yeah, but to get to the point of the big daddy that David is talking about in that short, that is simply the Pope, as he's shown in different presentations, and as I guess to some researchers it is well known. Only a few, I'm not even sure if I dare to say few hundred years ago, but let's say 100+ years ago, there have been various documents, to the extent maybe that they are not forged, or who knows, where the Pope actually calls himself God and is equating himself with God. And David has also shown that according to their internal ideology, or let's say the New World Order ideology, Kabbalistic ideology in that particular sense, this is their line of thinking, that they want to deify themselves in some strange process of apotheosis, which in their case appears, apotheosis is becoming God, which in their case appears to work best by subduing and harassing and so on the population, and some strange ritual practice. But yeah, here just to get the point that you could imagine it just like a mafia boss, and you have one big don, even just as you have today, but just they're wearing suits. And maybe back then they were wearing different clothing, or the Pope is wearing his red or white or fish gown or whatever they have, which ultimately harkens back again to, I believe, the Babylonian, so-called, from Cairo, Egyptian type symbology. And yeah, simply at least one individual believing themselves to be God, plenty other individuals believing it too, or if it is not de facto, then at least de jure. So in terms of law, he is God, because if he's, the supreme sovereign of that church, and put out his nice letters where he's basically saying, these papal bulls, also interesting term. What's he got to do with all these bullstein? Sending out a letter basically, oh, by the way, didn't you know yet? I own the whole world. Everything is licensed to me. And again, we would have to check these documents, maybe which are altered or whatever, but just even the basic idea of having the audacity to do that, I think is pretty amazing. Yeah. And especially
Yeah, absolutely.
always this question as a last point. This is more of a legal thing, but always this idea, how can I bestow somebody with a power I do not myself possess, with, for example, the monopoly on violence and things like that. And here, things get convoluted, and then you have these very strange power structures based on what they say Roman law, right? So, yeah. And that there simply was a time where people
Yeah,
actually were
and
directly afraid. Yes, go on.
no, I was just gonna say, like, back in the day, I don't know how much is true now, but like basically the Jesuit order again is militaristic. I mean, like the people who the Black Pope was a general, okay, and the Pope had like these. There's a hierarchy. So they were militaristically. So there was both religious and military arm, like all under the rule of the papal bull or the Pope as well. So, how much of that is still going on, or if the Pope is now under the rule of some other the dark elite forces who are controlling the NATO or the UN or the other militaries of the world, that's another story. But that's something to keep in mind.
Yeah, it's not, of course, exactly clear what is the real hierarchy, and still they could just say, oh, whenever it's this type of work, we just put Jesuit there. God knows what force it ultimately is within itself. But yes, it's a militaristic order. And I was about to use the wrong historical reference, so I'm going to reframe. I could say, for example, the way I understand it, the Jesuit order would be something akin to, for example, I believe it was called the Russian FSB, for example, basically like a secret service. A secret military order doesn't need to be secret in itself, but doing covert operations, also secretive operations, Bene Gesserit type operations, right? Also with a
Yep.
long-term view and with a oftentimes quite manipulative approach. And then again, having all kinds of individuals openly or covertly connected to that group, that you maybe would not expect because they are not priests or anything, but they can be bankers and all kinds of other important positions. And yeah, just as with the Bene Gesserit in Dune, just get the proper advice, quote unquote, at the proper timing through whatever secret connections they may be in, whatever clubs, sororities, how you call them, so on and so forth. And yeah,
Yeah,
if you have a network like
fraternities as
that,
well.
and I understand that at least historically, maybe at some point, I had a huge amount of power. If I'm gonna, build that out and sublimate that to make it a little bit less obvious, this would seem like a viable tool. And I would expect, of course, today it wouldn't really hinge upon the Jesuit order as itself, but they certainly seem to be one pretty relevant and, in terms of what is visible, kind of high-level arm of executive forces, let's say executive forces, to further the Pope's papa's covered agenda.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's a very good start to this conversation of this alternate timelines that we're talking about. These guys are obviously big figures, the Jesuits, the popes. I mean, they are responsible for the Scalagerian history, the Scalagerian Petavius history that we've been given thus far. So, and both of these guys belong to the Jesuit order. So, I think it's good to keep that in mind. You want to add on to anything before I continue?
Only because I'm seeing Thomas commented, St. Peter said to be the first pope in the 1st century. Ewing or Flamenco contest this date. Well, I'll let you go first, Nach, but I think it's clear.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's continue on. We're gonna watch. Let's see. This is the meaning of Arab. I think that's the next one. That's up here. One second. Yes.
The word Arab actually simply meant servant of God or somebody who you could trust. Then eventually, as time passed, it became somebody for a spiritual teacher or a rabbi. Yes.
Yes.
Or in the modern sense, the word Arab today, it actually means anybody who speaks the Rabbi language.
Yeah.
Like if you go to Egypt or somewhere or Syria, if they'll stop you and say, Kalima Arabi, Arabia, Arabi. It means, do you speak Arabic? If you do, you're classified as an Arab. Simple.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Yeah. So it's not a race. So the thing is, so the meaning has changed, but the old meaning is somebody who's a servant of God. So now we've got all these Slavs and Germanic people called Alaman. They're called the Aleman or Alaman. Yes. And these people are attacking the church. Yes. The Alamani tradition. So
Okay. So Arab, Arabia, the servants of God, spiritual teachers, the Rabi language. Go ahead, Raphael.
Yeah, so what's immediately interesting to me is just because I am a native German speaker, and in German, Rabe, so Rabe, Rabe means raven, actually. Even I heard Alexander Dugin in an interview with Andreas Exerdes, when he was asked about Tartaria and so on, he spoke about Turia, and also he spoke about something he called a civilization that may have even have been there maybe as Turia, if that is also civilization, but something that was there before the Russian Federation and before maybe even in Dugin's mind the so-called Russian Empire, which also Dugin says is a modern conquesting force. So he's kind of confirming this idea that from this fake or not Duchy of Moscow, Russia was actually reconquered in a sense only recently. He seems to kind of confirm that as one of the Russian state historians or ideologues, let's say. So I think that's an interesting point that he's conceding to that, or he's agreeing with that, basically saying, yes, also my own nation state has a history of conquest and predation, if I'm not misinterpreting what he says. But yeah, basically they recently got all this land, however they did that exactly. I'm not sure if that ever really happened only through peaceful means and people joining together happily and out of their own free will. What he also says is that before all of that, there was a society that he associates with the raven, interestingly enough. He didn't really say much more about it, but I just found it incredibly interesting. And then it also made me think of what David had brought up with Endgame Islam, for example, the language of the birds. There's a few presentations on this. It's not so easy to find in English. There's apparently a little bit more existing in French, but this is a topic to look into, language of the birds. And yeah, I can't say much about it, but that would be one more connection, because I believe even David had brought up that supposedly there was a time when humans were able to communicate with birds, whatever this means exactly.
Yeah, very interesting. And from Flamenco's book, I'm, one of the sections that I have gone through today. They're talking about the Romanovs and how the Romanovs came into power, and there was a lot of intrigue, betrayal, and then you go back in history before that. There are like bunch of Ivans, like the Ivan the Terrible being the most famous. And then there's like a long line of Ivans, and how in the Bible, the Book of Esther, and all these different kings and storylines, how the stories repeat, 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 but really everything happened in the 1500s, the 16th century to the 17th century. So it's much more closer to where we are now with all this conquest of the West. So, like, but what Flamenco is basically talking about is the Horde Empire, the Tartarians, the basically the Ottomans or Ottomans, the hordes, basically came from the Russian Empire, and they conquered the West from the East. All of those is the Mongolians we are attributing it, but like the East Asian Mongols that who look like me are not the ones who are responsible. It was the Russian white people, who are doing all this. So
I thought it was you.
I and my ancestors cannot take any credit. you know.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's amazing. It's amazing how much they convoluted, and even here, just the words. So we hear of it as, what is it usually called? I believe sometimes the Golden Horde, right? Is one of the terms. But then actually you look it up, and one other term is simply Altin Orda, which Altin is already very close to Alt in German, which just means old. So an Altin Order, then it just would be old order. And of course, also the gold, as David has pointed out in the wording, may not be irrelevant, because if you have gold, and it's so kind of funny that today, you have many people, for good reason, selling precious metals or saying it's an investment potential or whatever. But the real basic idea is simply, what is something that has inherent value when I have it in my hand? And what is very clear is, without the matrix system, a piece of paper with the face of some supposed historical grandmaster, right, of my nation, and some figures on top of it, they will only have any relevance as long as this type of simulation goes on and the people collectively agree to it. Whereas if I have a piece of precious metal, let's say a coin of silver, for example, then I have a value that is contained within it in terms of having the extraction and having a certain density and purity of a certain material that has a certain scarcity, and that especially has a certain application and value and usage for various things. I like the example of silver. I mean, gold is equally fine. With silver, you could just put it even in your water for decontamination effects, or you could do 100 million things with it. And here, of course, it comes again to a head where it's not only, oh, nice spiritual idea, what I'm following or not. Because if you would be part of, even as David says, this old type Christians, old type Muslims, old type Jews, or Essenes, and even with the modern Jews, oftentimes they say, or gypsies also, oftentimes they say, oh, they love the gold. They like the gold so much. And then they pick them with the gold and it looks funny or something. And when you understand what it just means, well, they want to have real value with them. They want to know what it's worth. They don't want to be dependent on a third party once they have it in their hand to validate that it's worth something. And especially, they don't want any random conqueror's face on their coin, which is then debased and made of tin. Uh, and any real value or whatever they extracted through whatever means or resource they accumulated is siphoned off to that foreign conqueror, and what he's giving you is like a everyday nice postcard from him on the coin. And just look at your own coins, you can see who your masters are, or at least what design they chose for you, as in the case with the European coins, which are how should I say, de-individualized, I believe. For we only have bridges and doors. Also interesting. Anyways, yeah, but it's almost like a joke. So every day then you're presented with these bills and these coins with these heads of some people you've never met probably, that are ruling and lording over you, taxing you. So it's understandable why maybe before most of the coins that supposedly were found in Europe actually were pure gold coins, and not few of them actually saying in translation, there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad or Moses is the messenger of Allah. I can't exactly interpret for you or know what that is really supposed to mean, but it is just curious that one type of ideology, let's say, would highly value gold coins as assets unto themselves, having it with you, no third-party risk, let's say, except maybe having to defend yourself. Whereas the other side is debasing the currency, putting their face on it, and siphoning off the energy of the population, clearly. Although I can't say how the Essenes or old Christians, old Muslims, how they actually lived, because I'm not there right now. So it's speculation, of course.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I want to add something that is a little bit controversial, at least from my understanding of Flamenco's work. What Flamenco is saying is that Muhammad seems to be another kind of a reproduction of Jesus Christ, right? And then, what we know about the name Muhammad is the great truth, right? The Ahmed or Ahmet, right? And the Maha means great in the, so like it's the great truth. Could be a title, could be a symbol, could have been somebody, but a lot of the stories of Muhammad seems to be an amalgamation of multiple other historical stories, including the Andronicus Christ, which Fomenko is claiming to be the Jesus Christ, who was the Tsar of the Slavs back in 1100 AD. So whether so just keep that in mind for everybody. And another thing I want to add is about gold and silver is that they have this natural ability to keep their form. They don't corrode. They're not like iron or other metals where, and then they're fungible in the sense that 1 ounce of gold is equal to any other ounce of gold, whereas a coin or some kind of other kind of a money system that is broken or torn or something like that may not have the equal value as something else. So there's a fungibility, the ability to maintain value. Gold has been traditionally used throughout history. Obviously, that history is much shorter than we've been told. And another kind of interesting story about Emperor Nero, who has never really existed. But one of the stories about him is that how they created more money is by melting and smelting gold down and mixing it with copper, and then they had double or triple the amounts. Let me put you on big screen, and what are you showing us there?
So just for demonstration purposes, because apparently, at least if you, I believe, whatever people may think of him, but interesting interviews, Mark Dice, he's one of the guys sometimes running around in California
Yeah,
asking
yeah.
random people, what's going on. So that's why I'm kind of like, I don't think the chat needs this, but still, just for reference, this is a silver coin. Because apparently in California, you can walk up down the lane and say like, oh, would you rather have $5 or would you like to have this gold coin? And then people are literally like, oh, I'm going to take the $5 because they don't even have any concept of what that's even supposed to be. Yeah, which
I've
is
seen that.
amazing to me.
It's
But
crazy.
yeah,
It's absolutely insane that he's offering a genuine gold coin at that time, which was like valued at $1,500 to $2,000, and people are okay with couple Snickers bars. It's like, nah, man, I want a couple Snickers bar or something ridiculous like this. It's like out of uh, out of uh, out of my understanding of
maybe
what
one
the hell
thing
is going on. So
to demonstrate that also. So this thing now is a particularly beautiful one, because this is one from Armenia. I mean, this is an interesting rabbit hole maybe unto itself. Which countries, for what reason, are allowed to even mint coins? Which ones are allowed to mine coins? There's also a huge scam going on. The precious metal markets, just like any other markets, but those especially, are incredibly controlled. There is various mechanisms. We can do an investment show at some point to explain a little bit of this, but it's basically a huge racket, and there is a few organizations that control, especially also the silver exchange. Also, it should be noted that I believe probably both gold and silver actually each day are fixed by a cartel of banks. So, if you ever dreamt about a free market, maybe somewhere else, but not as far as the eye can see around here. And the other interesting part to illustrate the point is, aside from the fact that it's beautiful and again has an eagle, I mean, also lots of symbolism. Rising sun is almost communist symbolism, actually. I don't know the denomination here, or the denomination is visible. I don't know the exchange rate. But in Austria, for example, you would have such a coin and it would say €1.50 as denominational value. Here it says 500 of whatever their currency is. But you can rest assured that the value that's put on there as a nominal value will be a lot lower. So currently it would be about maybe, let's say, maximum 10%, more like 5% of the value of the metal itself, if you would dare to have a silver or a gold coin, because they actually have inherent value, right? It has a material value. But already here you can see how the system is playing with you and suggesting, oh, don't worry, the silver coin, which even when it came out in the Austrian case, was worth at least 10 euros, still they put on it €1.50, yeah? Which, if anyone would ever actually use it in such a way, they would lose 90% of the value. But yeah, state's not going to tell you, they don't even put the correct price for the time when it was released, which is very dubious to me, but it just shows how they want to control the perception, right? And that's also why precious metal markets have never really risen or done anything interesting the past decades, because people should not start to think that they're now going to maybe, switch halfway to this kind of thing or something like that. So yeah, I'm sure you know about some of these intricacies, but I thought a short excursus is relevant because it also ties back to the whole fractional reserve banking, interest-based system, and so on. And this all also ties back to the currency and ultimately to an ideology as to whether I value actual, I'm not sure how to say, efficiency or effort, or whether I just want to build the biggest scam system ever and siphon off money of everybody else, literally, except my own tiny club, which is how the Federal Reserve System today, officially as private bank, is set up, and as the monopoly supplier of currency, as in every other state that is known.
Yeah, 100%. And not to go into it too much, but the whole metals market is completely controlled. So there's 100 times more paper, gold, and silver out there, and that's one of the ways in which they can control the physical metals. So there are a lot of people who are stacking their silver and stacking their gold, and I highly encourage that, and diversify, etc., etc. So let us continue on with more videos, shall we?
Sure. New one is next one is New Arabic created by colonizers.
The Europeans, they say intellectual revival. Suddenly somebody woke up and said, hey, I'm an Arab scholar. Yes. And the thing is, what they found was that the Arabic language was at a disadvantage in expressing technology, or modern social words were not found. Social words could not be found in the so-called classical Arabic and cultural words. Excuse me, this is supposed to be an old language that was global, and you cannot even find it. Cultural words are social words. There's no social aspects in this. Yes. And then a problem which was usually resolved by reviving equivalent concepts from the classical literature. Let's see if there was any classical literature, or did the Jesuits write that too? So now what they coined or invented new Arabic terms. Now they're claiming it was under influence of Turkish usage, more like the British occupied. While they were being occupied under the Europeans, they say intellectual revival. Suddenly somebody woke up and said, hey,
Yeah. Um, so uh, so Yeah, classical Arabic versus how do we say ancient or original Arabic is what David is talking about here. And go ahead, Raphael.
Yes. So, yeah, classical or modern standard Arabic and actual original Arabic and the discrepancies between them. I had never, until David kind of got me onto it, really looked into Arabic, even though I believe I had at least two classmates that actually spoke Arabic, but we never really talked about it too much. I only had heard at some point that one friend from Egypt kind of mentioned, like, yeah, actually, technically they say they all speak Arabic, but like Egyptian Arabic is really different from whatever other kind of Arabic someone else would be speaking. And already back then I was like, okay, I'm not sure if I understand what this means, but of course, also Arabic appears to be so foreign, at least to a regular Central European, that I had never even thought of looking into it more properly. When you do realize actually there may be all kinds of connection with, as Erhard Landmann has shown, what we could potentially call Old High German, or as Landmann calls it, the Theodosian language. There may actually be connections, just as I explained earlier with Mario Pras, connections where we would not expect them at all. But of course, especially if there are remnant connections for whatever reason, even only more incentive to properly obfuscate that and therefore create this so-called modern standard Arabic for all the Arabian, today called Arabian nations, just to confuse them further and yeah, further obfuscate history. I don't see any any other relevance for that, and maybe to hope that this would eventually supplant all the local dialects, any true remnant of a a connection through etymology or vocabulary to history, and then the operation would be complete and successful if the new language is completely alienated or impossible to trace back. I would say this would be the target if I were the evil controller.
Yeah, yeah, and I think what's good to keep in mind is that there is a kind of again the first rule for the Jesuits. Their first thing is that they need to convert Muslims. Okay, there's something about the Muslims that they need to. So this is another approach for them to try to, because they couldn't get rid of the Quran. They did everything they could, and they were burning them, throwing them in the rivers. They were doing it so. And then and the quote unquote Muslim is not a race of people. White people were Muslims, okay. Asians were Muslims, and it's like a kind of a big group of people, not just like some small racial group in the Middle East. So that the ideal of Muslims spread to those regions, and they understood what these people were doing. These people were completely getting rid of history, and that's the reason why this culture of memorizing the Quran, this culture of like preserving the Quran. But another way in which they went and undermined the Quran and the religion is to undermine the language itself. The invention of the quote unquote classical Arabic, which does not relate to the original Arabic. And of course, there are other dialects of the Arabic as well. So one of the things that David Ewing Jr. has talked about is that 5 to 10% of the Quran is mistranslated into English as well. And then the different factions within the Islamic organizations are in dispute. And this is in one of the videos that I've done with David was talking about like, again, few words. Why is it hell or or burning when it should be hell, or vice versa, stuff like this? Why is that particular word
What they say,
was selected?
Sakara, right? Sakara,
Sakura, yeah, sakura, cigar. The word cigar is coming from this,
right?
the burning or something
Cigarettes.
like this. Yeah,
Uh-huh. Yes.
yeah,
Just the way you pronounce it now
yeah.
almost made it sound like Sakura, but I'm just jumping around.
Sakura, like the Japanese cherry blossom is what sakura is. Yeah, yeah. All right. So next one is, I believe, the Egypt control is the next one.
Yes.
How did they know this classical Arabic? It's even worse now. who also held all senior positions on technological projects. Not only technological projects, they're modifying all the buildings, all the mosques. Yes, they're putting classical Arabic decorations. They're modifying many buildings. I've shown examples of this in, in Cairo. By the late 1870s, the European community in just Egypt was 70,000 people. Oh, don't forget, around that time, the East India Company is invading. Yeah, and Thomas Cook is paying for this. How did they know this classical Arabic? It's even worse now. Who also held all senior positions.
Maybe if you want, you can actually play the next one right after, which is Thomas Cook delivering Hajj shipments, because I think it's connecting together nicely.
Okay. Well,
Cook was behind the Hajj shipments coming from the east, places like Iran, the Gulf countries, and India. Was this holiday Hajj package an invention for billions of dollars? By the way, it's increased to 90,000 by 1780 or something. Yes, and the thing is, well, they were the teachers even before the British got there, and they're teaching Arabic there. What the hell's going on? Thomas Cook was behind the Hajj shipments coming.
yeah.
Yes, so basically it just shows that if we just venture the tiniest bit even into official history, then we can clearly see that even according to their own history, they basically admit through their anthropology departments and foreign whatever they have that, yeah, they were the colonizers. I mean, this is even the big part, yeah, as I said, of official history. And that also in many places, even some seemingly remote places like the Middle or the Far East, potentially, they basically already had sent their own missionaries at least 100, 120, 150 years ago. It actually almost seems to coincide with these very strange happenings from 1850, officially 1850, 1870, 1850 Republican revolutions in Austria, also in Austria, but in all of Europe, and all these other strange shifts. You had the shift in the away from Tokugawa shogunate officially, I believe also in like 1870. And then only, it seems, a few decades later, latest, they already had sent their emissaries, missionaries, and whatever to open up schools for religious education, to convert Muslims, probably, especially if that actually was the one potentially civilized group that already existed in many different places. But not only to do that, but also to make sure to supplant whatever native culture or religion or language you would have, make sure you get something new. And it's important to consider, because then we don't fall into the trap of going there and be like, oh, what did your father learn? Oh, well, he must know the original something of anything. No, because at least from what we can see, the first or last complete information exchange, but this is the wrong term, obfuscation and insertion of wrong information and forging has already taken place around 1900, even in places that at least me as a European I would consider remote. But again, we look at the history, and everywhere it says most officially, who was the first around there? A Jesuit priest, almost in almost all cases. Really, if you look into the history of discovery of the modern world, it almost seems like, well, the Jesuits discovered the world, basically, yes? Or at the very least, they then, or at the very least now, have the power to say that they did and to control the narrative about it. Because I don't see any of those guys, this could be another interesting marker, getting deleted off of Wikipedia for lack of relevance or anything like that, you know? Never seen that happen to a Jesuit missionary on Wikipedia, which of course now officially are all dead, but you know what I want to say. They remain up there in
Yeah.
the spotlight.
Yeah, and I think it's good to just remind everybody of the scale of the project that of all this, of inventing of language, of modifying buildings, and like you know uh uh these artifacts that supposedly they dug up and stuff like this. It's all fabrication. There's so much lies that's going on. And so, yes, on one hand, it's a kind of a business. It's a business to, teach your children and indoctrinate them in this alternate history, and then this creation of the antiquity, and there's a business of like, oh yes, these artifacts are thousands of years old or whatnot. But really, it's the main excuse me, the main aspects, to me it seems like, is the control of perception of humanity. Really, what it comes down to, it's like it's so important for them, for people to know that their history is the correct history and it's the only history. And then only recently we're able to kind of scratch the surface on what's going on. Really, like it's it's hard to put all the pieces together, because like obviously they've done a very good job of trying to like keep everything under control, but they missed a lot of details, and that's what David Ewing Jr. goes into, and that's what Fominko goes into.
Yeah, well, in the one hand, it could be said that at some points maybe they were sloppy due to lack of resources or arrogance. At the same time, they must have either really found some important pattern that is vital to their own existence, or have some weird obsession with certain numbers like the 19 and some others, as we understand. Because this is a little bit strange. It's almost like I'm robbing different uh, places or supermarkets, and then I put a sticker on them, and just to let everyone know, oh, just so you know, it was me. I exchanged all the produce or whatever I did. Yeah, it's like very strange.
Yeah, very strange indeed. But maybe there's something to be said about, like, because they know they're doing something really wrong and evil, and they have to put a signature on it. I don't know. I mean, like, you would think that they want to like just be very clean and not take any kind of credit, but so many damn 19s, like coming up over and over again. And this is like, with Buddhism and like the Dalai Lama and the invasion of China to Tibet, and Hinduism, and 19 mouths. I mean, like, it's just ridiculous amount of 19s, and it's not by coincidence that this is happening. So, it seems like they got their fingers in every pie out there. Really, what it comes down to.
Indeed, what we could do is actually the next three shorts: Muhammad in the Bible, Who Are the Mohammedans, and Over It Are 19. We can actually watch them in succession because it fits to what we're talking about right now.
Okay, we'll do.
Trying to cut it short. It turned around and says they've translated it and says, because you have taken my gold and my silver, you have taken my prized possessions into your temples and palaces. Oh, they've translated the word Muhammad as an object.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, saying it as possessions. But anybody who reads that, yeah, there's no vowels there. Yeah, so you could pronounce it Mohammed, Mohammed, or Muhammad, however you want to. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it clearly says in that verse, it says, because you have taken my gold and my silver, and you have taken my prized Mohammedans into your temples and palaces. Now, this sounds more like what happened in the Middle Ages, what we're hearing about in Hungary. Yes, the Hungarians can remember, and in south of Germany, where the Vatican and the churches are kidnapping women and children and forcing them to go into their temples called churches. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
to pray to their gods. So people were kidnapping on either side. That we hear, the Serbians who were saying, "Hey, the Muslims were taking our," but I'm trying to cut it short.
This was number one. Then there is one more about the Mohammedans.
It's Muhammad,
Mohammedans.
race, and it's not the Arabs. It was a certain group of people, and these Muslims who are in the Bible, yes, and these Mohammeds are not just Middle East people, and not just Turks, how people are going to imagine. Yes, because when we look at many works during the Renaissance and after, we can see that what do you call it, when the Vatican invades Hungary under the Habsburgs, which it might not actually be the Holy Roman Empire. It might have been the Vatican, and they used the name and they changed it
Mm-hmm.
and said it was the Holy Roman Empire. Because now the strange thing is, because the Holy Roman Empire is still using Arabic in the 18th century. But then the Hungarians will say, hey, that it was the Ottomans who oppressed us as well. So the
Yes.
Vatican must also have been using, yes, Arabic at that time while they invaded. Yeah.
Hmm. Hmm.
So this means Muhammad is not a race, and it's
And then the third one is the favorite part of the Quran, explained by David.
says that this is a trial and a test for people who don't believe, and you'll find it so that then from this number you will know for sure what is the truth and what is not. And this is one of the greatest warnings to mankind. It says that this is a trial and a test for people who don't believe, and you'll find it so that then from this number you will know for sure what is the truth and what is not. And this is one of the greatest warnings to mankind. It says
Okay. So we're talking about the Mohammedans, right? And as we mentioned, it's not a race of people. But go ahead, Raphael. Take it over.
Yeah, so as Parrot commented, Michelman, Muselman, it's so incredibly funny, at least to me, when you were living decades without having any clue about any of this. And how could you, right? Um, One common term for the German actually is, of course, in French, it's Allemagne, or it's Allemagne, actually, Allemand, already close to Allemand. And then you call it der Deutsche Michel, the German Michael. That's often a diminutive for the German population or the regular German worker or regular German individual. And they always like to joke about it and say, yeah, der Deutsche Michel, he'll do anything basically. So you can exploit him to any extent you want. That's like the common trope, because the taxation in Germany is very high. Although it is also, I mean, yeah, everything can of course also change quickly, but currently at least it is being heavily deindustrialized, and infrastructure and so on, everything could be golden basically in Germany and Austria, but it's not. Yeah, it's only in tiny parts of Switzerland and Liechtenstein. But obviously the wealth is not being distributed, and the people are heavily being taxed. And yes, in relation to the Mohammedans, this is simply pointing out that it appears that in the Bible there are several uh, parts, or several, how do you call it, instances where the word Mohammedan is being used, but it's always being translated differently, which in itself already is, of course, incredibly suspicious. And also then, to me, makes a lot of sense, because whenever I try to read any part of the Bible, even, it always says these strange things. And how, at least to me, how could I understand anything? You almost need a priest or a rabbi or somebody to explain it to you, because so many words in the common translations, simply as David is showing here, are just mistranslations, or one could say to an extent arbitrary translations, or translations simply made to obfuscate the original term, which, at least, maybe this is the sung Arabic, I don't know where Corpus Quran or whatever has their source from, but where you can see that in the Arabic as it is spelled or sung, it clearly says Mohammedans in all of these cases. And why then at one point you would say, oh, my precious eyes, and the other times, oh, my great wealth, or whatever, or my beautiful something. I mean, this completely would be completely retarded and nonsensical. Unless someone has a really great explanation for this, please share it with me. But according to properly applied Occam's razor, meaning the most simple explanation, given that it actually does explain the phenomenon, it would just seem as if, yeah, they played around with this, not to make it seem too obvious, because this also includes parts where it literally says, basically, I'm going to make sure your baby is not being born, to put it in a very neutral and overly nice fashion. So there is almost even something akin to a multi-generational curse or something contained within that, or threat, or even like, no, I'm not only angry against you, even against your children, which, I mean, you have to have some hatred to be at that level, I think. So that in itself is suspicious and very strange. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, like at least so far as I'm like trying to decipher all about this is that we're talking about a big like a culture like the Byzantine, Ottoman, and like the Mongolian, the Horde culture, and like the languages that they commonly spoke in the past. And now, I wouldn't really consider myself like very well versed in languages, but certainly language has been an interesting subject for me over the years. And like, this elusive Aryan languages, like the Sanskrit language, for example, is like one of the oldest known languages, blah, blah, blah. And then, even before Sanskrit, because the script itself is called Devanagari, which means temple script, Diva being the angels, or kind of like a god with a small g. And so Nagari is like actually serpents, so it has like so Nagari is like kind of like serpent, and it's got that snaky kind of uh I don't know, look to them. So it's like a script, another word for script. But anyways, like, and you come to the realization after you look at this kind of stuff, is that it's all just made up stuff, and it's all made up very recently. So there's some kind of a schism that has happened. So what I imagine is that there was like a global empire. You can call it Tartaria or whatever you want to call it, Mongolian Empire, the Ottoman Empire, and they all had spoken, and they used the same more or less writing system back in the day. And then this is what we're talking about, is as far as this Aryan language is concerned, which never really existed. But maybe what's the better terminology for it? The Ottoman language, Ottomania. I don't know what would be the better way to describe the common language that existed
Now
back in the day.
that we're on the strip and you're saying this, even here you have Atman, no? Atman?
Atman, yeah, Atman is the soul in Sanskrit. Atman.
Isn't that a curious term? At least to me, that's already very close to Ottoman. But then, yeah, applying a few of these jumps, we can we can arrive almost anywhere. But
Yeah,
yes,
absolutely.
basically, I agree with you in how I conceive it. Of course, impossible to know since I don't have a direct window or time machine or whatever in that sense. But yes, it very much seems as if, at least within the quote unquote civilized, or for that time industrialized parts, infrastructure, which would in this case mean probably the churches as we know them today, some kind of power structure, some kind of water distribution structure, that at least these civilized areas had some kind of a common culture. This was maybe what they kind of allude to in official history with the great Arabic masters, teachers, and scientists of the so-called Middle Ages. This may be a remnant echo of that idea, even though then at one point, because I had heard this before, it's kind of official to me in my mind, but then on the other hand, they kind of don't really like to talk about it too much, or to put it simply, it never really made sense to me how it could happen that they claim, oh, the Arabs, whoever they were exactly, they were so great and had all the science and everything. And then suddenly there is the Renaissance or whatever, and it's a few Italians and whatever else. So this transfer anyhow never made sense to me, even in official history. Are you familiar with this? Because I think this is official history, no? That
So far as I know, I'm not too familiar with it, but it sounds correct as far as the official history is concerned.
so let's see. So anyhow, this change never made sense. Science in the medieval Islamic world. Okay, then they come up with some Samanids, Umayyads but at least of Cordoba, which would be in Spain. So that is official history. Yeah, Abbadids of Seville. Okay, well, in this case, they take an easy way out because they apparently locate this Arabic science of the so-called Middle Ages in Spain, which of course would have been the last bastion, even in official history, up to 1492 with the Alhambra decree, which is an interesting idea in and of itself, even though maybe these documents have also been forged, God knows. But just as some kind of a semblance of a potential timeline or migration pattern, Spain would clearly have been one of the last strongholds of that type of old culture, whatever it is exactly, in Europe. And just the way I'm reading this Wikipedia page now is that, of course, it makes it easy if they keep that in official history, then just to say, oh, these were all these few Arabs in Spain, and that's all there was. That may be part of the cover up or diversion here. So yeah, it's official. And anyhow, yeah, this change for me never made sense. Of course, officially would be the Alhambra decree, and some kind of fight, and then they were thrown out or whatever. But yeah.
Yeah, talking about Spain and 1492. Of course, everybody understands 1492 being the Christopher Columbus. Coming from Spain, which is considered like a title more than anything else. It's like Chris Colon, which is like the colonizer, according to Flamenco. And Flamenco is also attributing to this ancient story of Noah. Actually, is the voyage that actually occurred from Spain to Americas is the because the from the Bering Strait the Mongols came to America and they established themselves in North and South America, and all these ancient Indian tribes, we call Mayans and the Aztecs, the Incans, etc. But then from the eastern side to the west, from Europe, from Spain, this whole Christopher Columbus thing was actually because Spain, according to Flamenco, was a shipbuilding place. So if you imagine this giant empire, they had different regions who specialized in different things. Like Italy was specializing in like medicine, these type of things. France was like a leisure place, and Spain and Portugal was like a
Nice.
a place of like shipbuilding, really, what it came down to. So the colonizers went there. And another thing that was kind of of interest is this idea of apocalypse, which happened way in the back, because like what we know about like the Black Plague was some kind of venereal disease, or because of the kind of this Bachian practices that people were having in the West, very liberal way of going about it,
Just
and a
briefly,
lot of
because you
diseases
mentioned
were
the
going
plague,
around.
I want to share one idea I heard
Yeah,
yesterday. I don't even remember where. And to one hand, it sounds crazy. On the other hand, with what we have heard, maybe not so crazy. So what I had heard is someone, and I forgot the background, so I can't contextualize it properly, but someone suggested that, yeah, these kind of plagues were actually artificially created by adding, and I'll get this, uh, bone, grind up bones, bone dust or whatever, to flour or something like this, and that this would potentially poison the population, and that this could be one method of doing that. But that's just something I heard. No idea if that's actually viable or if that works. However, I would imagine that it would have some effect, just as it would have an effect if, only if, even though there's official regulations, as I understand, if there were any remnants of certain insects and certain substances, for example, what they are supposed to make their carapace from, or their shell, the chitin, I'm not sure how you pronounce it in English,
yeah, yeah.
that these are just things which are not necessarily supposed to be in your body. And of course, I could imagine, at least in this case, over time, would cause some effects, let's just say. Yeah. So anyhow, what do you think about this idea of adding bone dust to flour to make people sick? No idea, but yeah, just because you mentioned the Black Plague and there's the big mystery, how could that really happen, right?
Right. And so, like, this, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's chitin or whatever that is in the insects, which is a kind of a concern because all these, like, crickets, that the roasted crickets and flour crickets that people are talking about is potentially going to be ingested. It's got this chitin substance in them. But the idea of bones ground up and given to people to poisoning them for the purpose, like, we have fluoride now, we have other kind of stuff that's going on in our food, in the water, et cetera. It could also be something that is the modern version of that. But what I want to get to was that if you like in the cow feed, they actually ground up, like, cows, and they were feeding cows to cows, and that's where like this kind of prion disease was coming from, this kind of like the zombified type of stuff that was going on. So I don't know how that all relates, but it seems like something could be derived from that. What do you think about it?
They did that with the B. I just know it as BSE. I'm not sure how they called it in English. The cattle scare for bulls, basically, which was like 20 years ago. Is that what you're talking about? Yes.
Yeah,
Where they
mad
then
cow
said,
disease, they called it
oh
the
yeah,
mad
yeah,
cow
right,
disease.
exactly. It got so popular in. I mean, I'm not. I hope that's not the origination, but you remember maybe in Diablo 2 they even had the secret cow level. Maybe that was a bit before that. Anyhow, what makes me think of mad cow disease. Yes, yes. On one hand, of course, completely insane to even consider doing that. On the other hand, if we understand substances like, I believe it's called Xenonym, Xenonym, which is added to Pepsi, at least last time I researched, which has also some interesting, is derived from interesting places, not to go too deep into this. And just a general idea of, yeah, introducing non-conducive, if not detrimental elements to the food supply overall. And then especially this completely deranged idea, if you ask me, of somewhat sublimated cannibalism, whether you do it with the bulls that then get sick, or whether you, we could of course discuss, is a whole topic unto itself, the whole pig wars thing and genetic similarity between pigs and humans and why that became so popular. Maybe we touched upon that briefly, but just this whole idea of feeding same to the same without them being really aware of it is like really strange, cannibalistic, seems ritualistic to me, and also appears overall just not to be very good for the, let's say, health in general, to like consume your own species, or however you would say that. I don't even know. Yeah. I don't know if
Yeah,
there's any.
cannibalism. It's
Yeah,
it's a form of cannibalism.
it is cannibalism basically, and I don't know if there's any examples where in nature this occurs and it's healthy for the animal doing that. I don't know of any cases. Yeah. So
Well, yeah, yeah, and sometimes it occurs in really desperate times, in nature, I guess, here and there, but it's not really the norm of practice, anyways. But well, another thing I wanted to mention is that what Flamenco was talking about was that because of all these like diseases that were happening in the West, uh, due to the like I don't know, maybe these strange practices and also kind of like the liberal like people kind of having polygamy type of situation that people were dying of diseases and the whole apocalypse what we understand as apocalypse was actually writing of those times and in the eastern like the Russian section like people were kind of orthodox and they were kind of strict so they were a little bit more like leisurely about like God and brimstone and this hellfire thing and but like in the West they were like really being strict and saying like you're going to go to hell if you do this so they were really trying to regulate people and scare people to behave correctly and try to reform them but also the armies were brought in and they were segregating people based on the righteous and the unrighteous but also like people who were healthy and unhealthy so this a biblical. I forgot the exact section in the Bible, but it was talking about how people were divided, those who were deemed unworthy, like the righteous and the unworthy, who were tossed into the fire, and that's essentially kind of what was happening during that time of cleansing, where they needed to do something about this kind of disease and I don't know maddening of people that was happening, and then when the voyage went off from Spain, they actually saw there was a possibility that Europe was done with, and they're going to the new world with this ideal in mind. So just something to kind of keep in mind because it puts another spin on these stories that we are already familiar with, but then it puts them into a different context now in terms of like what they were and where we get these stories and how they were modified for what purpose, really what it comes down to.
yeah, there's really many many different angles to consider. We need at least a 4 or 5D graphic visualization of all the potential inputs into this equation, or all the even just the different perspectives. Yes, if you like, we can go on with the shorts.
Yeah, yeah, let's do that. Next one, I believe, is it the Arab manuscripts or
Yes,
is it the Moses rejecting?
it's the Arab manuscripts. Yes.
Okay, all right.
Arab manuscripts. God knows where they mysteriously found these Arab manuscripts. The Jesuits, yeah, they found these Arab manuscripts and Jewish manuscripts, and they were printing them. They sent the Shia manuscripts east. They sent the Sunni manuscripts west. That's why west of Baghdad, it's all Sunni. In the south, they sent Salafi manuscripts. But anybody who has a look at a photograph of Baghdad in 1900, it's what Donald Trump will say, it was a shithole. Yes? No offense, but I'm describing it like that, then people can imagine what the hell is there. Yes? And if anybody is going to tell me that these people even had a single printing machine, yeah, the printing machines, people were living in shanty mud huts and everything. And what do you call it? The rivers used to overflow. Let me just send you a photograph of a cafe in Baghdad, and then you're going to turn around and think, all these Arab man.
Okay, Arab manuscripts. Let's get into that.
Yes, so the very simple idea, and also something that never really made sense to me. I mean, same in Christianity, same with the Muslims. Why would you have so many sects? Same with the Buddhists, I guess, yeah. Why, like, what is the big debate? What is, uh, like, what's going on? And then, especially, you can have differing opinions, you can organize according to that. Why not have nuances if you want to? But then you allow it to be driven to such an extent that you, if I understand this correctly, in different Arab countries actually explicitly are playing the religious groups against each other, and then deliberately, for example, putting the minority into the government, suppressing the majority religion, or vice versa, or God knows. And like, it almost seems, and this would give credence to the idea, that most of these sectarian divisions were actually only very recently artificially created for the very purpose of political manipulation and crowd control, because of course a society, or even a nation state, however you would put it, a people are much easier to be controlled if they are internally divided. And in the wonderful West and the wonderful versions of democracy, we even have institutionalized these patterns, notwithstanding that actually within most parties they are officially dictatorships, because if 3 times you don't vote according to party line, you're out. Yeah. So even here it's completely ridiculous, right? Um, yeah. So simply to understand that these modern divisions have been artificially created, and it would probably serve everyone well who is invested in these religions, whether Christianity, Islam, or whatever, to look closer at the root and maybe focus on the similarities and focus on the core tenets, which then anyhow, even in the obfuscated forged versions, if you interpret it with a not completely greedy and misanthropic heart, then anyhow the core ideas would be the same in terms of, compassion, help thy neighbor, and don't be unnecessarily, I don't want to swear now, but choose your word. So it would be simple enough, right?
Yeah, don't be a dick. Don't be an ass, right? And I mean, like people have to understand at this point that divide and conquer is a thing. I mean, that's what they do constantly, even to today. I mean, if it's working, why stop? So they're finding any which avenues of division that can work, and they're going to press hard. Between men and women, between this race and that race, between this culture and that culture. And of course, back in the day, they understood that it was a necessary. And another interesting aspect of it is that from I don't remember from which book that David was talking about this from, but the idea of artificially creating a history of a nation like Iraq. With the Assyria and stuff like this, and they were like, finding these archaeologists, so-called archaeologists, who are sent to Egypt and Greece and Syria and Iraq, and then saying that, oh yes, you had a vast empire in the past, and you're glorious, and these are the languages that you spoke. That was another way to divide and conquer people, to give them their own identities, so that they are separated from one another, and say, oh no, I'm not with these people because we have a different history. This is how history is working.
Yes, different history, different language. We have arbitrarily drawn a border around us, aside from even all the official repopulations and mass scatterings of peoples against their will. Because even I in school had a friend who was like, yeah, I know my grandmother, she was moved away from Sudeten, Deutschland, or whatever, and this and that. So everyone's a refugee. I mean, even here, like, what is this? If you go 2 generations back, everyone's a refugee in some way, shape, or form. And then, of course, nationalism, draw a border around it, give a certain new faked up culture. This was an interesting point recently when they said, oh, do you know, in Germany, in order to get the corona officially called vaccination, they made a special offer at some point and said they will give you a bratwurst. You know what bratwurst is? Yeah, it's like a
Yeah,
sausage,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And
It's yeah.
someone recently mentioned and said, "Oh, did you even notice the bratwurst?" I'm not sure if this is true because I'm not eating meat in a long time, but it's regularly made out of pig meat. And then
Oh,
I said,
yeah.
like, "Oh,
Yeah,
how
bratwurst is
curious."
big.
So who was this actually targeted at? Because it is well known also to officials that Germany has a sizable Muslim population. So again, you know, more strange occurrences and questions. Now I have something really cool, and I'm very happy that we have this extended conversation so I can bring it up. I hope people will find it as cool as I do. Please, before we go to the next short, open up the link I sent in the private chat. People will wonder, like, what's he going on about now? But, you know, confuse people a little bit or not. Maybe you can guess what I'll be getting at. So you mentioned, all right, I didn't properly get it. Click on the first link where it says Hand of NOD Tiberian Dawn, below articles, on the bottom. On the bottom of yes, there. Yes. So just we can see one example. So are you familiar with the computer game called Command and Conquer by Westwood
Yes.
Studios? Yes. So of
Yes,
course,
I used to play it.
okay, great. So divide and conquer, command and conquer, yeah, we're already here. Now here we can ask, like, what kind of ton of predictive programming is in there? Because at least when I played it, I mean, I was just, you know, playing this after any type of Cold War situation. I mean, this didn't exist in the Cold War. This is 90s games when it started, right? But I was confused when it was like, oh, it's like against some type of Russian seeming, or it's like the Reds against the Yellows, basically. So you have the GDI, which is the Global Defense Forces, symbolized by an eagle. And who they're fighting against? They're fighting against the Brotherhood of NOD, which I don't even know what it's supposed to mean, actually. And they are more like this Eastern seeming thing, and their symbol is a scorpion tail. Yeah. Um, Already, of course, we have all the correlations to Dune with the Tiberium and the spice and everything. We talked about this a bit on the previous shows. But what I want to get at here, what I always found curious, aside from the fact that, of course, the hand must be held holding a globe, and I don't even know what the canon explanation is, but what I just find curious is, why is their main production building for infantry is a hand? Yeah. And now we can watch the short, and then we can talk about it.
Okay. Well, very interesting. Just wanted to mention that being a nerdy kid that I was, I really enjoyed these Command and Conquered, well, not so much World of Warcraft, but like what was it? It was the StarCraft. StarCraft I played a
Right.
lot back in the day. I think the Moses rejects is
Yes,
the next one, right?
that's the one that
Okay.
fits to what I just mentioned.
Yes.
Because the thing is, Moses pulls out his hand, and he's.
Yes.
I'll have to send you a clear picture of this, otherwise people won't understand this. Yeah, because the thing is, people read the Bible in Exodus that Moses pulls out his hand, but they don't seem to understand what are the implications. Now, what Moses does with his hand is exactly this. Let me just show you an example. This is what he's doing. He's rejecting them. Now, Moses is rejecting them.
S
You
is
see?
19.
So now the thing is excluding the wrist. The hand has got what do you call it? Yes, it's got 19 bones in the hand. So it's because the thing is.
Yeah. 19 bones in the hand. That's interesting information. Definitely for me, I am fascinated and obsessed really with the number 19. So take us to what this means that Moses is rejecting the pharaohs, Raphael.
Yeah, I mean, what it means ultimately, on a very, very basic and abstract level, it would just mean not agreeing with the system if Pharaoh, as a title or as an idea, would be the concept, well, of the modern day Pope, for example. I mean, not a direct correlation, but in terms of the supreme religious and even worldly authority. And in a sense, you could even say the Matrix. So the Pharaoh, along with his architects, human, where he got this humanism thing from, along with his priests and so on, would basically signify the Matrix. I'm also really not a Bible scholar, yeah. And Moses simply showing his hand, in this case, could be correlated to the 19 bones. Yeah. Also, I mean, we have the Hamza, also one other, which I also know much too little about, or other symbols. And this seems to be, in some way, shape, or form, a revelation or a recognition of understanding this 19 coding, which could mean many things. It's 1 and 9, alpha and omega. When I say this, always these reggae songs come to mind, where it is Alpha Steppers. I can recommend Alpha and Omega. Maybe we can listen later. So in a basic sense, some kind of negation or not agreeing or not consenting to the matrix. And therefore, I guess Moses then, I don't even know the story really with the Bible, but I guess Moses leaving. And the one thing I'm thinking of here now is, would it be correct that the Pharaoh would signify Israel, or am I completely off here?
Not according to Fumiko. The Israelites are actually the Hordians. They're the army of God. Is what Israelites, from what I understand. But the Moses did run away from the Pharaoh, and that story of Moses splitting the sea and all this kind of stuff. It may not have been Egypt itself, but was a different location, most likely, because Egypt was just kind of like the graveyard of the czars. Of course, all these like tombs and stuff. A lot of mummies were there. The environment was good for kind of like a graveyard for the czars. But I think the actual Moses was one of the. I can't remember right now, but I think he was like a descendant of a czar or like one of the prominent figures. But one of the things that Fomiko was talking about is that this army was chasing Moses on a frozen lake. And then the army who was chasing Moses actually fell through the frozen lake, and that people interpret that as like a kind of a miracle, and like magic, whatever you want to call it. So this is what I've understood from Fomiko's work.
Well, they shouldn't have walked in lockstep, maybe. But so why I also brought this up or asked about Israel in my over associative mode right here, and also because even though I'm not, how to say, um, accusing anyone of any secret affiliation or occultist behavior or whatever, but to me, also big computer game franchises do not occur randomly. I mean, now we have more independent developers and maybe a somewhat more organic market, but one can imagine, just like with the record label industry, especially a few decades ago, it's probably not so simple to start a studio, to gain success, to be sure you're everywhere, and all of that. And anyhow, before our favorite Bill Gates of hell came along, most of software was open source anyways. That's an aside. Anyhow, so I don't believe these series are created in a vacuum. I believe there's even some information that Doom was originally created as kind of a training game for US military. I'm not sure if we had spoken about this, but basically the whole idea of eco shooters being also particularly pushed, so you can desensitize individuals and it's simpler for them because they realize that people have lots of hesitation if they're not somehow entrained to it, to actually pull the trigger on another human, which of course is deeply empathetic and just shows that humans have basic decency. So yeah, these are programming tools, and also of course oftentimes contain symbolism, games, right? So why I asked about Israel is just because you have the GDI and the NOD. One has the eagle sign, the other has the Scorpio sign, but also as their main infantry building, they have this hand. So I was just wondering if we could somehow correlate the NOD group, the Reds in that Command and Conquer game, to one of those factions. Of course, this would be overly simplified now, but I'm just wondering basically why they put the hand in the main building. I was always like, what's with this hand? That's what I always thought as a kid when I was playing. It was like, what is this? Why is the hand? Like
Yeah, it's it reminds me of the communist times, the Iron Curtain and the Iron Hand and all
Right.
this kind of
That's
stuff,
actually, of course, that's the obvious one. Thank you. That's of course the very obvious one where it's an obvious symbolism. But this could also be interesting question, especially or symbolism, because especially here, I think almost always we have a closed fist. And then I don't. Yeah, I mean, I can't now. Now we're already at the point where I can't really keep on going. But let's just imagine different popular movements in the 20th century and what kind of hand signs they gave, and that may be another hint. Yeah, no idea.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
but it's or not even hint to anything, but just interesting correlations, which nothing here should be oversimplified. And one correlation does not mean allegiance to anything or true connection. But there are all kinds of different variables that correlate to various extents.
Yeah. I just want to add one more thing because I completely agree with you with the idea of the creation of these FPS, which is first person shooter games. And Doom is, of course, a well known game. And before that, it was Wolfenstein 3D. I'm sure anybody who was around my age, that was a popular first person shooter back in the day. Back in the 90s, when all these stuff
And
was
I
starting
believe
to become
even then there
popular.
was a controversy in Germany as to whether they would allow to display the
The
insignia
flag.
in the game, even though all you did, I think, is was you went around killing them actually. So I mean, yeah, I think there was a
Yeah,
controversy
yeah.
back then. Yeah.
Yeah, but another thing I wanted to kind of point out is that there seems to be, I'm not sure if this is 100% correct, but I have heard, and people can check it out for themselves, is that when these FPS shooter games were starting to come out, like Counter-Strike and stuff like that, that it was actually a database to collect information on the strategies that's involved in, like, soldierly tactics, so like these kids who are like a very genius level, who are playing this game at the highest level. And I used to play a lot of Counter Strike. I used to love it. I was addicted to it. So I was addicted to StarCraft, and I was okay with it. And then Counter Strike, I was like really addicted to that game. I was like always like top three, top five in the server. Just killing everybody I possibly could, but it's like they're collecting information in regards to the strategies of snipers and shooters and positioning, all this kind of stuff with these games.
And that's so interesting. For some reason, I never thought of it, but it's obvious. Of course, you would do this with the top leagues. If you have some kind of code or you just host many servers, you could even just grab all the data of everyone. And of course, I mean, by now they have bots and all of that. So obviously they were able to implement much of that information. But yes, of course, if you have it just realistic enough that you can derive somewhat relevant information, line of sight, things like that, then it does become relevant what these, yeah. And then you literally have, I mean, imagine this. You basically have also many 10 to 14-year-old children working for probably the US government or something in terms of providing this type of data and potential tactics and whatever. I mean, it's insane to think about, but yeah, of course.
Yeah, well, I mean, on top of that, you have these drone pilots who are using, what is that game console like X Cube or whatever. They're using the same console like a controller to control the drones to go and bomb people. So I mean, like this is kind of a transferable skill. You can say that these kids grew up on a game console, and then they're using the same game console to operate these machinery that's ultimately for the military. And one more thing that I want to add in terms of like, I like strategy stuff. I like poker. I like chess. I like games that involve strategy. Have been playing strategic games all my life, and I can tell you that Counter Strike is a game of chess. You have five versus five, and then people have flashbangs, and they have smoke, and then they have rooms to clear, corners to clear, line of sight, and defenders have an advantage because they can stay in position while the offensive has
Bomb
to
has been
move into
planted.
their positioning. But all of this is data. It's a ton of information that can be ultimately utilized by artificial intelligences. So if if I'm just saying if they can create the robotics and arm them, and then you have all of this information that's programmed into them about how to do. Like it's a super soldier we're talking about here, really. You know. Okay.
Yeah, because that, well, not only that, but what I'm thinking of now is, of course, you would, of course, just create a super advanced humanoid robot, but you wouldn't even have it run on AI, like you say. You could even have then supervisors that could remote control them, like exosuit avatar style, in the most evil Terminator way imaginable. Oh my God. Yeah, but yes, yeah, definitely possible.
Sure. Let's continue. The next one is Sanskrit history, I believe.
We have Baba Emmet first, and let's just
Okay.
see.
Baba Emmet.
Yes, yes.
They called him the father of truth. So they called him Baba Emet or Bapa Baf. Yes, let me see now. Ba means father. Let me just get this out. In many Indo-Aryan languages, yes, the word Ba means father.
So
Let me
father
just
truth, basically.
yeah, but let me just show this, or people will say I'm just inventing this. The thing is, yeah, even in Nepal, where they're using the swastika. Let me just send this. Yeah, the word father, yeah, is baf, baf, bafa, bapa, baba, papa. Pronounce it how you want. Bab, baba. Yes. So some people pronounce it the P like a B. That's why we say papa, baba, however you want to. So even as far as Nepal is where the Buddha is supposed to be from. So this man, they called him the father of truth.
Yeah. So Baphomet. Woof. A lot of people have probably a triggering reaction to that name, but let's. What do you think about this whole thing, Raphael?
Well, it could give another spin even to the official depictions and stories about the supposed Templar order, where they always said, "Oh, you're worshiping the devil, you're worshiping Baphomet." Yeah, but what does it actually mean? So, what we definitely have to understand is the modern depictions of Baphomet by Eliphas Levi are maybe from about 1900. So again, this is a new image to put this goat in it with whatever else. And I'm pretty sure, although I mean, we have this one rabbi, if we talk about Satanism, who has this inverted teaching. What's his name? So there we would have some history, but of course here also we have modern variants and sectarian behavior of differing, let's say, Satanist sects. Yeah, but I'm not an expert on that. But I just want to point out that even this image of this type of devil, let's say, is new. And it could also maybe change the attributions we give to the Knights Templar and what they actually did or who they were. Because in this now alternative viewpoint, if Baba Emmet is Baphomet or is Mohammed or just the truth or father truth or great truth, and that somehow correlates, then as so often, this could be another part of a type of satanic inversion where maybe a symbol or a word or something that meant one thing simply had to be completely turned around. So that's one thing I believe we discussed in one previous show. Just a obvious surface level thing I can see here. And aside from that, it's just good to be aware of that. And yeah, understand that most religious systems and all of that spiritual systems have been recently gifted to us by the same people who invented communism and nationalism. So what to say?
Right. Yeah, and then just to continue with that thought, because the idea is that Baba Met means the father truth, and then Baphomet is a kind of another version of that. What's wrong with father truth? But here's another thing, like what David Ewing Jr. was talking about is the symbol, the Kufic Arabic symbol for Muhammad, right, which is the great truth, is the swastika, right? The swastika. And the swastika is all over the world, all over Russia, the Americas. Obviously, here in India and Nepal, we have the swastika. It's supposed to be. It's an auspicious sign. It's a sign of change. It's a sign of kind of like a universe, etc. Supposed to be a good sign, but then those guys, back in the day in Germany, they took this sign for themselves, and it completely changed the meaning of that sign. So whenever anybody, more or less anybody who looks at that sign, what's the first imagery that's going to come up in their mind? What's the first meaning that's going to get they're going to derive? It's not the ancient auspicious sign that we're that
It's
was the
death and
normal
destruction.
case in the past.
Death and
Yeah.
destruction would be the association,
Yep.
and yeah, yes, and a high charge. And here it was especially successful, even though it is common and known, and everyone who is a Central European or something, or especially German or Austrian, and the first time you go to a Far Eastern country, or in my case, Japan, then you look at the map and you're like, oh, did I miss something in terms of who won the Second World War or what's going on here? Why are all the swastikas on the map, right? Because they denote the temples in Japan, right? So, but yeah, of course, in the first second, you almost have like triggered, which just shows even here how should I say, stupid it is in a way, that, or how we should recognize with all symbols, it can be a stop sign, yeah, how easily we are programmed, and that every time when we perceive something, to see it as far as we can, again, as neutral, understand what is the meaning I'm supposed to interpret it as, what are the other meanings maybe I'm aware of that it can mean, and just not have this knee-jerk reaction to anything that is presented, which of course we are greatly conditioned by, also with words and certain other things. And that's of course how the barking dog, the herd is running, and just one bark, yeah, the right one at the right moment, and everyone's running in the other direction. And just to be aware of that, yeah, because symbols have the meanings we assign to them, and you just gave the perfect example that they can even have completely opposite meanings for supposedly the same or very similar or only slightly altered symbol.
Yeah, and one more example that I would like to say is that I had an older German friend when I was in Korea, who was telling me about his education as a child growing up, and then there's a special letter for the SS in Germany, right? There's a kind of a B looking sign, right? And then so when he was growing up and he was saying like SS in the classroom, the teacher got super angry and told him that he cannot say the word SS, and he has to use this letter instead. So it became kind of like a taboo to say SS, which is the double lightning, right? Symbolism that is also, because like we know that Germany and Austria also like this whole, especially the recent alternate history conversation is you go to jail. You go to jail for this conversation. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, there's many different aspects about this, and yeah, as I said, generally just be aware of the different meanings of symbols, and how they are often being used just to control the masses, very simply, and not to really understand, but just to be triggered in a certain way. Yeah, because even, and I'm not gonna get into it for the reasons you just explained in any detail. Everyone has to do their own research on various things. But to me, it also never made sense as to why should we not be allowed to question anything, especially if how should I say this properly? Uh, why do people think that, or why is it proposed to be that people would have to be so herded into certain viewpoints or something, as if suddenly you would be researching history and then you decide to become racist or something like this? I mean, at least to me, that never made any sense at all. But yeah, of course, we understand it's a control mechanism. Certain things shouldn't be questioned. And even here, it's not necessarily that, let me just put it in this way, history is a lot more complex, it seems. And not only because it's a time ago, but also because there's so many opposing factions and factors involved in something, that it seems many times there is not really a simple explanation for anything. And even within any system, could be the government of Italy or whoever else, there is also oftentimes within it opposing forces, just like within any secret society and so on. So there's so many factors to consider that I think from such a far way apart, if it's over, it could even be over a decade only, yeah, it becomes really hard to properly understand what happened unless you have very extensive documentation that is verbatim, that is proper, that is from all sides, and which conflict in history exists where we really have that we could actually make a somewhat objective assessment of anything. It seems really difficult.
Well, that's probably the point, though. I mean, really, what it comes down to is that they don't want you to be able to think for yourself. They make certain subjects taboo and emotionally charged, and then you're doing something like a deadly sin, and then so whether you're logical about it or not, most everybody don't want to venture into those territories just out of the fear of being a social pariah of some kind, or society is going to look at you and then really label you as a, I don't know, this it or that it or this ist or that ist, whatever name that that's going to stick, and then everybody's like, okay, I'm going to stay clear of that. Let me just do my work and do whatever that I've been told, and I don't want to go and question anything really. So this is the whole point. And I think we already answered our question. The question, like, why would they do it? Because of that, really, what it comes down to. They want to hide history, and they don't want you to go into it. So
Yeah.
let us continue. Oh, go ahead. Finish
Yes.
your thought, and then
No,
I believe
just
the next thing is the
I was
Sanskrit.
just
Yeah.
thinking in a very simple way, even if we don't, if it's difficult to understand what happened anywhere exactly, but you just have false flags all around. It's always the same thing, changing terms, changing symbols around, changing meanings around. So then even when you have an honest endeavor to understand something, it becomes really difficult because just as the example you've given, it's being used for completely opposing things at differing times and so on. Just like with words get exchanged, and then people think they know what they're talking about, but the meanings change. The law definition is a different one altogether anyhow. So if a lawyer would say the same thing, he could mean something completely different by using certain terms. So yes, it is a very intricate web of confusion and deflection and obfuscation that we appear to be right in the middle of, and just, at least I guess we are doing the very best just to get some kind of bearings and at least try to remove the most immediate spider webs in front of our eyes.
That's all really we can do at the moment. I mean, like, clarity is not going to come at a 2020 vision, because, like, even Fominko, with all the extensive research that him and his team has done, basically their position is that they can't go beyond the 15th century. It's so obscure, what's going on beyond that point, is that it's hardly, like, can be said that it's like any history at all, so, like, we're talking about 500-600 years ago, guys. Not even 1,000 years. We're talking about 500-600 years, and beyond that we don't know jack shit.
Yeah. Yes. This is what Fomenko says. Did I catch that right?
Yes, that's what
Yeah.
Fomenko says.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, honestly, without knowing the detail and having read it, uh, but if we even understand just how little documentation we have, even from a few years ago, even the governments, everyone, they're burning their documents. I mean, even officially, the government ministries in Austria, when they change every 4 years, most of the document, everything gets shredded. Yeah. I mean, they will have a good reason why they're doing that, right? And so, yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let's go on to the next section, the Sanskrit history, right?
Yes.
The Iraqi museums, the Syrian museums, Babylon, ancient Assyria, everything. Mysteriously, almost 99% of everything was found by the British, the French, the Germans, the Italians, the Spanish, and anybody who works for them. The local people found nothing. They didn't find anything. There's something wrong here. Yeah. So it's all over the world. Now I'm going to give you a list of who found all these manuscripts, an entire list for Bandar Oriental Institute. Yeah, and the number of the so-called Hindu Veda manuscripts were found that nobody has ever seen before. Yes, nobody's heard of Hinduism before. So now there were 3,000 manuscripts. 3,118. Bloody hell, that's a bit too many. Was found by just George Butler himself. How the hell? It's like he found them in a space of 68, 70, in a space of 13 years. So in 13 years, if he's collecting 3,000, You can check, the Iraqi museums, the Syrian museums,
Yeah, that's it.
Babylon, Syria, everything. Mysterious.
Yeah. Yeah. So Sanskrit, obviously, and an ancient language. We touched on it before, but the invention of the Sanskrit language is quite recent, and all of a sudden, like the Europeans, specifically the English and the Germans, seem to know much more about the Sanskrit language than the Indians themselves, and kind of like all these other mysterious languages that's been kind of dormant for 1,000 years, like Latin and Greek and Egyptian that just kind of popped out, during the Renaissance. Sanskrit in a similar manner that nobody seemed to have known about Sanskrit, and then all of a sudden, like 300 years ago, these Europeans are finding documents in their museums that they have set up, and that is showing that Sanskrit is an ancient Hindu language, etc., etc. But yeah, go ahead, Raphael.
No, you probably know more about Sanskrit than I do. I just recently heard, I think it even has some strange connections to creation or something like this. So there's, all this most strangest correlations between different languages. Of course, here, the main point simply is, at least me, and yeah, I'm definitely not claiming to know anything about any history of any country, as I stated earlier, but just from what we can tell here, it's just highly suspicious once again if all the supposedly old history is again being found by a handful of maybe not officially Jesuit missionaries, but then they're government workers, or they're obviously plants or stooges of the colonial powers. And surprise, they go through the villages and they find all the manuscripts, whereas the local native population had no clue they even had those books. Yeah. And the one example I remember, I think, is with, it's also brought up somewhere, this is with Bafa, what you mentioned earlier with Vietnam or something, where the people even literally say, or Thailand, yes, they forced us to change the language only 50, 70 years ago. Brought up the other example with Australia, with the colonial schools and the natives that still had, massive abuse issues until very recently. So
Yeah.
basically, just how important it is to force people to speak a certain language.
Right. And like there's a lot of similarities between you can say like Slavonic language and Sanskrit, and there's a lot of overlap. And so the prevailing theory before is because the idea that Sanskrit came prior to all these other languages, that Sanskrit was the progenitor of, and the influencer of all these other languages. But what I believe is the opposite, which is the Slavonic languages, which is related very much to the ancient Arabic. Like we're talking about um, the Eastern European, the Russian language. I mean, like I'm not talking about like the Cyrillic writing system. I'm talking about the sounds themselves. Originate. So there's a lot of overlap, and like one of the examples that I'm kind of somewhat familiar with, not wholeheartedly, but like Lithuanian and Sanskrit have a lot of overlapping words. There's like 200 some words or so of the Lithuanian and the Sanskrit words are almost exactly the same meaning. Like Vayu means wind, and Agni means fire, and all these kind of words that they share. Like, and so like the idea would be that did it come from the south to the north, or actually these Slavonic countries with their original Slavonic language, because there's different dialects and such, that they had conquered India in the past, and the Middle East, and all the way up to Egypt. We're talking about the Mongol Empire, right? Like the Hordian Empire. So with the migration of these people, they brought the languages with them, which ultimately influenced the local population. It's probably most likely is the case.
Okay, this sounds interesting. The other thing, of course, I do concede that there must at least be some kind of a remembrance and or organic development of language. I would certainly hope so. At the same time, it's obvious that it's not uh, that a lot of it is constructed as well. Because when you mentioned this now, the other way I tried to rationalize this was, well, maybe they had a great computer or whatever type of artificial intelligence back then to forge all kinds of languages simultaneously, but they just ran out of random access memory. so they could only hold a certain amount of words in the system. So then some words had to be reused, but they just placed them across the map far enough apart that no one's going to notice so quickly. Yeah, that was just my thinking. If it would have to be said from one moment, which I'm not claiming is the case, and I have no idea, but just here again, I guess, as in so many cases, you have to trace again who came up with this version of the language, what was the last reform, what was the big reform before that, and were there some kind of real migration patterns or war that may have furthered this. But yeah, this story, what you mentioned, also sounds interesting and plausible for lack of knowledge on my part. So yeah.
I mean, there are books that are written basically talking about how Russian and Sanskrit language have so many similarities between them and the sounds, and then
Yeah, but
again, like
modern
in
Russian.
Russia themselves. Yeah, modern Russian, but like yeah, Slavonic, Russian slash Slavonic languages, you know. But the mountains and the rivers of Russia, they have these like places like Omsk, you know, like Om is a kind of a religious sign sound here, and you know David Ewing Jr. of course talks about how a lot of these, you know, the symbol of Allah in the Arabic, you know, with the and then this is where the alpha and the omega type stuff comes in. And then if people know what the ohm symbol is, it's like a 3 and a 0 with a dot and a line underneath. Is basically another version of the Allah symbol or the Allah word, the word for Allah. And then
Right.
I think in one of your videos, he goes into the fact that the Chinese character for enlightenment, right, is like a kind of the mountain symbol, which is also the 3 lines with a line underneath it with a letter a letter one, which is like a line in the. So this is another like a representation or reproduction of the word for Allah as well. So they're kind of repeating this motif over and over again.
Yes, exactly. That definitely seems to be the case, and that simply put, many of the modern sects have simply been created to water down this remembrance or obvious recognition of most likely common civilized culture, common infrastructure, maybe even commonly shared basic ideology or worldview or whatever. Um, yeah, a world with certainly less borders than what we have now. At least that's what I would imagine. So we can go on. The next one is, which is one of the
Jesuit
top ones
order,
for some reason. Yeah,
Jesuit order
Jesuit
pendant.
order pendant found in holy trash sites. Yes.
Okay.
And let me just see. You can play this one and the next one as well if you want. Now they get a bit more
Medallion
fancy.
amongst those things. I just want you to read what they found there.
I can't be serious. This looks like a Jesuit sun on the right hand
Read
side.
it, read it.
Okay.
The next page.
A Christian pendant of the Jesuit order. Yeah, but dated by archaeologists
Keep reading.
to the
Dated.
to the 19th century.
Oh, excuse me. What?
But why do they put
What?
it in this article?
You're
then?
telling me that the Jesuits? You mean you've just found a few things, like a broken Hebrew coin and a few other things and everything, and you're telling me that you found these, what do you call it, Babylonian arrows, and you're trying to prove this history and everything? And what did you say is amongst these ruins, Raphael?
A Christian pendant of the Jesuit order dated by
The
archaeologists to the 19th century. Yeah.
19th century. It's just a scam. It's a forgery. This cross medallion was found amongst the Americans invaded Afghanistan and Iraq. Rape, murder, torture. That doesn't mean we blame America or the American people for it. So today what we see is the rape and the murder of Gaza. Yes, everyone knows Israel's doing it, but it's American military, American arms, American everything, and European armies who are supplying these things in European military corporations. The Israeli people, yes, of course, we're seeing many videos online about racism and many other things. But of course, we have to remember they've been brainwashed by the same people in power. The people in power who invented modern Judaism and modern Islam. Now, if we don't get to the bottom of history and look at it with an open mind and an open heart, we are going to hate our common human fellow beings for no reason. The American
Yes.
Yeah.
So we have, yeah, the one thing is about the pendants and whatever they find. This is just to show that they come up with whatever, strange artifacts, and nothing really makes sense. And it's just ridiculous stories and artifacts they claim to find to then make up potentially up to thousands of years of history. And in that particular case, it was just strange that they said they even, for me at least, that they found a pendant on that archaeological site, which was officially a Jesuit pendant and only so recently. So, like, yeah, of course, their agents were running around there 100 years before already because they were preparing for this. Yeah, as David explained, starting with the Pale of Settlement, which I recently heard someone else actually say that term. It's very rarely used, Pale of Settlement for Poland, right? And then hoarding everyone there and then sending him over and all of that. And then, of course, it relates to this whole idea, the second one with modern religion created for conflict. And I hope I was able to keep it somewhat neutral. And even here, I have to say, as a producer's note or something, I'm not even sure if any of the footage in the first 30 seconds where you see supposedly people shooting at each other, whether any of that is actual real combat operations. Yeah, because I was just looking for footage of like something that looks like something and maybe something moves, right? But I have no way to know if not all of those were just, whatever unit by themselves doing whatever and recording a few seconds. I don't even know if it's really possible to verify. Some of it anyhow to me looked suspicious or more like training exercises anyhow. And then there's even I'm not sure if you've seen this. There is a very interesting Twitter channel by the name of Gaza Wood. Yeah. And that basically shows certain scenes where they obviously are LARPing and enacting things, and you just see the cameras from the back, and you're like, oh my God, yeah. And well, you can expect if one side can do that, even the supposedly officially poor side, and they got all these cameras and equipment, well, the supposedly other side also has it. And of course, the resolution is there are no sides, but there is one, let's say, big media, politics, and control freak party that's just siphoning the energy of the masses, making them go a little bit crazy against each other, forging events, if necessary, forcing events. Um, yes, just to further their control scheme. It's very sad.
Yeah, so if anybody has seen the movie Wag the Dog, I think it's the name of the movie where so I mean something like that is happening and anybody who has been really kind of looking into like the stuff that's happening in Ukraine and Russia, they got this propaganda campaign that's happening over there as well. So you can just rest assured with any kind of news outlet, they're going to have their own propaganda spin doctors fabricating scenes and just like totally Hollywooding it and giving you the latest. Sometimes the latest is a 10-year-old video from another country from another war that they are recycling and hoping that everybody has forgotten about it. And then but there are people who are actually looking into this stuff and then saying like, look, they're actually using the exact same footage. These people are lazy as fuck with what it comes down to, and then they're just
Oh,
kind of recycling stuff.
I mean, even here, though, it's kind of crazy because you would think that, I mean, this gets into all kinds of strange levels where then is this like some kind of revelation of the method or what is going on? Because you could imagine, same with NASA, yeah, they would have plenty of budget to like really get that to another level. It's a bit strange also, no? Because for the cost of a few rockets they're firing around, they could really amp this up a bit more even and, make it more real, but maybe it's good enough. I don't know. Yeah, whatever they want. And I'm not even saying that there is nothing real happening. It's probably worse than what they're showing in terms of total suffering in the background, which is all the things that they don't show you. But yeah,
Well, that's another
crazy.
conversation in itself because anybody who knows me knows that I'm a flat earther and have been a flat earther for nearly 10 years now, and that the amount of fabrication and lies that they are peddling over in NASA, and it's like really, I mean, it's a mountain full. So I mean, it's not something that I want to get into too much, but rest assured that there's a lot of manipulation that's happening with CGI, green screens, and all kinds of stuff. Fake rockets that go nowhere, on and on and on. So we can just that's another topic entirely, though. But it's lies. It's a hoax. It's another way to control perception of humanity. And this is what this alternate timeline is really about: is to control the perception of history, to control humanity. So it's the same thing, really.
Indeed, especially because history is then being used to again trigger individuals in different ways and have them fight against each other. And yeah, that's the basic thing. Because for a long time I was wondering, was like, yeah, history, is it really important? I mean, maybe interesting. I was always wondering about it, but it isn't so clear. Is it really relevant? But then when you realize how oftentimes ultimately there is always a historical excuse which seems perfectly valid if you take the official mainstream narrative, because something happened, someone agreed or disagreed, or fought against someone, or hit someone, or was nasty to someone. But then you realize that a good portion of these things anyhow are staged and forged. And then still decades later, I recently was watching a documentary on Israel from 2008 BBC. And then literally, even just from a human point of view, it's kind of ridiculous. They always keep on saying, and I'm not taking any sides, as I explained earlier, it's all controllers against population on both sides, it doesn't matter. But still, in terms of even government logic and official explanation, you had like one of the former prime ministers, I don't want to say the wrong guy now, maybe Shimon Peres or someone, and he says like, yeah, well, in 1949 or whatever, the Palestinians had the chance to get most of the land and to get a state, and they declined. Yeah. And whatever may have happened back there exactly, I'm like, that's amazing. So like 60, 70 years later, you're coming back and saying like, yeah, my granddad's elders or something, for whatever reason, maybe they decided this, maybe they didn't, maybe they were bribed, maybe whatever, they were blackmailed, God knows, but they were like my grandfathers. And now you're telling me, oh, 70 years ago. I'm like, this is completely ridiculous.
Yeah, Bolstein, right? That's what David would say. Bolstein abound. So, what's the next
Yes,
video? Is the Kaaba cornerstone?
almost. There is the Tartarian Empire original Muslims.
Okay, so let's go with that one.
Talks about Tataria. No matter what, nobody wants to check this. It's a fact that the Tatars were Muslims. Yes, and the Tatars were in Poland, or if you want to call them Tatars, I just call them local Polish people. They're lying, saying that these people came from Mongolia or somewhere. Yes, and they're just Muslims. Yeah, and they're saying they were there in the 13th century and other things. But the dates they're fabricated. But the Tatars are Muslims. So anybody who wants to study Tartaria, you're just fooling yourselves or lying to yourselves that these people weren't Muslims. No matter what, everyone.
Yeah,
Yeah, so I think that's one of the shorts that's straightforward enough, just to point out
yeah,
this Muslim connection. And also, I mean, even though I guess here they exchanged most things, but with quite some of the art from Japan and all kinds of other things, I always, even before knowing any of this specifically, I had always sensed like there is some strange like fashion types and things like going on, and some overlaps that never really made sense to me until now. We are proposed with this hypothesis that actually you had huge swaths of population and area potentially just having a common ethos, religion, maybe even clothing style to a certain extent, maybe even infrastructure building motivation to some extent. As David says, what supposedly the temples that were built during the time of Solomon, whatever this means exactly, I still have absolutely no idea, but let's just leave it at that. But yeah, many things that just make more sense if you add that into the equation. That, yeah, could it be that there were all these so-called original Muslims? It's a relevant idea, I think. Anything you would like to mention about that?
yeah. I just want to add real quick that, like, so far as I understand it, and this is based on some of the conversations I have had with Muslims that the word Islam means peace. Word Muslim is the one who surrenders to God. So it's like, the people who practice this religion of peace were called Islam. So like when you have this like global language that was Arabic, original, or ancient Arabic in origin, and they're using these words. And then, but like again, I think this is what I remember from David is that this modern Muslim and this original Muslim, they're a different kind of category type of thing. They're different,
Yes,
different. So
thank
people
you.
shouldn't be confused about that. Yeah.
Thank you for saying that, and I want to re-emphasize that very, very strongly. So that's why now we use the term original Muslims, original Jews, original Christians, and they have potentially little up to no resemblance to their modern versions. Or at the very least, the modern versions are heavily modified, forged up, changed up, radicalized in different ways, pitted against each other in various ways. So that has to be noted. So whenever we even speak of potentially just a different type of culture, society, it is, if anything, maybe something from which some certain aspects can maybe be found with some Bedouins or something. And even here, I'm just speculating, yeah, but nothing much beyond that. And even here, we'll just talk about maybe self-sufficiency, independent lifestyle, and maybe, which is of course very fundamental, a type of opposition to oppressive government, which and non-acceptance of fractionalized I'm about to say tinfoil currency, but yeah, we're almost there. So instead of gold coins and what we talked about earlier. Yes. So
Right.
there's only a few left.
Okay. Yeah, let's go through them and then let's take a break. I just want to let everybody know I really appreciate everybody's attention. This is a very important topic, at least for me and for Raphael as well, and certainly David Ewing Jr. is a kind of, I would say, a continuation of some flamenco stuff. They don't overlap exactly. But like really, anything that is going against the Scalagerian narrative is a good thing, in my opinion. And then just trying to uncover and trying to get an idea of what has occurred in past is a daunting work. It's a lot of energy is being spent here on all of us to try to figure out what's going on. So we really appreciate everybody's attention. And then later on, after we're done with the shorts, we're going to open it up for anybody who wants to come on up and chop it up with us. But before that time, after the shorts, we'll probably take a little break and then we'll continue on with the show. So let's continue. The next is the Kaaba cornerstone. Yes.
Yes. I hope you enjoy my attempt at editing excitedly, excitingly.
Of masonry, and this is going to be very shocking. Now, here is the Muslim Kaaba in Mecca, and then there is a black stone, or you can call it the colored stone if you want, or the ruby stone. And can you see it? It's on the corner, and it's got a silver protective
Yeah.
around it. Yeah, it's the cornerstone of masonry that everybody rejected. It's actually broken inside into 7 parts. Moses broke it into 7 parts.
Okay, they have the 10 commandments are put there.
They have the 10 commandments. That's it. So everybody else in Europe and everywhere else were writing Kabbalah books, Talmuds, Bibles, Latin books, everything. Who were they describing? Mecca. They were writing about the Muslims. They were describing these things and they were putting it down. But now many people have turned it into mysticism. The secret.
Yeah. Fascinating stuff. Let me go first on this one real quick. Today, when I was reading Flamenco's work on how it was in reality, Flamenco was mentioning about the Kaaba originating. Actually, it is the Ark of the Covenant, and that it actually originally was located in Russia, and then they have moved it from Russia to its current location in the Mecca. Another interesting thing about what Flamenco was talking about, there was a meteor that had landed somewhere in Russia where obviously the meteor is mostly iron and nickel and all this kind of stuff, where the Damask steel or Damask steel was created, Damascus steel, and that was of high value. So this idea of this meteor coming down and crashing and breaking up is a very similar story to how Moses received the tablets, right, and how the tablets are broken, and then and in the Kaaba. They were actually storing the meteor fragments of the meteor, according to the theory of Fomenko. And the writings on the tablets, which is like what the Damascus steel patterns. They call it Haman in Japanese, which is like the steel layered patterns, which is what the Damascus steel was. It looked like script, it looked like writing. So there is some kind of a correlation there. But Damascus steel back in the days before muskets were invented were of high value. It's kind of the similar idea as like the Valerian steel of the Game of Thrones, where it had this kind of magical property that these type of weapons were highly sought after and limited in quantity, and then the secrets to making them was also kept, like as like a state treasure. And then when they kept the stones, or not the stones, the metal themselves as a secret, because that's where the resource was, because the meteorite steel is different from the regular steel though too, because it has a patterning effect of it. So just wanted to put that out there for people to keep in mind about like what
I'm
kind of
still
what we're talking about here.
I'm still not sure what a meteor really is, but very interesting. Yes.
Yeah, fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating to me, and the idea that the Kaaba is has actually moved from one location to another. And another thing that the Mecca that David Ewing Jr. has talked about before that is might be of interest to people is the location of the Mecca is quite central, in the sense that all the continents, like if you look at the continent of Africa and the finding the center line from Africa and Europe, and you got the Eurasia and Asia and Australia. All those lines actually go to the Mecca. It is the center of the world, you can say, according to what David Ewing Jr. has spoken about.
Yes, now it makes me think of some other certain precious stones. There is one or two, I believe, even with shungite, that there is. So shungite is this, one of my very favorite stones. Um, that this was also supposed to be somehow associated with an asteroid. And it's just interesting to me because it's also such a black stone, like the Kaaba. And they say, at least even officially, I think all of the deposit is only in one area in Russia, which is, if it's really true, also very strange. Let's just say. I can't really say more about it, but yeah, just made me think of that.
Yeah, yeah. Anything else that you want to add on to the Kaaba, the cornerstone, and then, or we can continue
Oh, just
with the manufactured history? Yeah.
yes, just that. I mean, it's highly interesting, of course. I had never heard about this idea that they have 7 fragments of whatever inside there. And so definitely, especially for anyone who doesn't know anything about it, worth, reading up on this and just understanding, because even on a most basic sense of religious interfaith communication or whatever, I guess it makes sense to understand the main religious symbolisms of the world religions and what maybe they could actually represent, or how followers of that religion actually see it. Because David here had mentioned that some people then say, "Oh, it's magical," and then of course on YouTube people love to make up fancy stories. And the way David at least explained it, he said, "Yes, it is well respected, and so it has a meaning, but they don't actually believe that. I don't know. It's going to give them magical powers or anything like that." That's at least the way he explained it to me. So that also here often, I guess, these things get easily then Disneyfied, especially from the outside, and especially if you have no real interest in religious understanding, right? Even though they talk about it all day.
Yeah, I just like this kind of like more like very grounded explanation, and like, because like when you look at the whole biblical past of, like, Moses spreading the water, and like Moses going up and receiving the tablets, and then a word of God and the law of God is written on them, and then how Flamenco puts it into the context that it seems reasonable and plausible, and likely like this is the kind of the right picture of the correct picture of what had happened in the past, and over time, of course, many layers and fabrications and fantastical writings has brought us to where we are today. So it's all very fascinating to me. Okay.
Yes. All right. We have only 5 more left, so we're almost there. We can, let's see. Um, we can play the next. Well, it's up to you. Let's just start.
Temple was here, the Christian temple was here. I want you to look carefully at this picture. He was a stooge of the British Empire, and you can see the normal people there, they're like peasants. They can't read or write, they don't know what day it is. Yeah, he's just giving a speech so that then you can control the masses. You see? Control both sides. That's all they did. It's the Islamists and the Muslims who are doing my head in. Yeah. Do you know why? Because they'll put a comment saying, my history book, my hadith book. Oh, but the Prophet Muhammad married a 6-year-old girl, the same books. Turn around and say, the Jews lived here. Prophet Muhammad was a killer. He executed all the Jews. He stole the city of Medina in Saudi Arabia. And that's where the Greater Israel thing is. That's what these books show. But the Palestinians are turning around and saying, hey, these books are lies. The Jewish temple was here, the Christian temple was here. I want you to look carefully at this picture.
Yes.
He was a stooge of the British Empire, and you can see
So
the
this is simply
normal
to
people.
show, you can pause it, to show that certain people were just inserted by the colonials only 120 years ago, and the population living there now and someone growing up there now regularly would be led to believe, oh, these are your great, prophets or scholars and so on. But then, I mean, with some of them, it's so ridiculous. I think they literally one, this guy called maybe even Al-Bukhari. I'm not sure if that's the one, who's then actually called Burkhard, and he's a guy from Germany, yeah, like a Jesuit missionary. We're like, what? And they are supposed to then give out all these hadith books, which are the history books for the Muslims. And then oftentimes the hadith actually supplants the Quran, which could be the one somewhat more intact transmission. But of course, then if there's anything of relevance there, instead of properly studying and understanding that, of course, the colonial would much rather create all variants of sects and 100,000 history books you can get lost in. Whereas also oftentimes you then find correlations between their own Kabbalistic inverted belief system, which then they also, of course, install in Judaism, in modern Islam, and everywhere, probably. Yeah. So, yeah, again, all this obfuscation, and always check who wrote those books and where do they really come from, and do they really have this heritage or whatever that they're claiming. And in 95% of the cases so far, it seems they don't, it doesn't make sense, and they're just agents that want to tell you a nice story to get you confused. So yes, we can go on to the next one, Kabbalah and Islam.
And the thing is, there is no other building that is valued so much in the world than that Muslim Kaaba with the cornerstone. Now, soon people will see Masonry is trying to understand it, copy it, duplicate it, and is trying to compete against it. But Islam is the purest form that practices the way of God, or what we know as the Kaaba of Allah, or they face the direction of God, or the Kib Allah. And the compass makes it a circle, and that's why they have the cube, yes, or the book.
Yeah. A square in the middle. I draw a circle around it, and then I have the movement of the people around the Kaaba, basically.
Yes, it's nothing difficult. Even children in mosques understand these concepts, but they don't realize that the opposition to them, Masonry and everybody else, the rest of the world wants to take over this system. Now, this system is the most advanced form of Masonry or machinery of God. And the
You have any comments about this one?
Yes, so this I find is mostly interesting. What I try to show here is this tidbit of information that Masonry appears to be juxtaposed with at least this original form or organizational basis of Islam. And that actually, as David explains, they try to recreate all kinds of things. And I mean, kind of potentially makes sense if you look at even the heritage of something like Freemasons. They often then go back to certain, I believe, certain states in the US, and then often they use this Egyptian, Babylonian from Cairo symbology. So it's interesting, and anyhow, it seems that if it is true with the Arabic medieval ages, where would they have imported anything from? There's even these strange letters, forged or not, by the US presidents, right, where they're either complaining about the Tartarians, or in one instance, may also be a forged book, but then would have to be rechecked, where I believe it even literally says, it's even like some supposed Freemasonry publication. I have to look it up again with the current knowledge. And I guess it's from around that time of 1880 or something, where I believe there is even a sentence where they literally say, yes, all the customs and practices were basically imported from the Tartars, whatever this means exactly. I'm not sure if you have come across this tidbit. I believe it's even in a Masonic publication, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's just an interesting thing I had never really consciously thought about, because of course in Masonry it's about the brotherhood, this and that. Well, if I understand this properly, it should be in any religion, but anyhow, in original Islam, original Christianity, it would also be a brotherhood. Some would say in Christ. I'm not sure how Muslims would say it. Where again, anyone who's not completely inverted themselves or cut their inner child off would naturally understand what that would entail, which again is the same things we talked about earlier: compassion, looking out for fellow human beings, and helping when you can. So yes, interesting that they want to recreate that, and obviously have created a quite, I would say, curious variant of those ideas, at least from what I could glean so far in regards
Are
to
you talking
Masonry.
about Masonry as the
Yes,
curious variant?
yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah,
To
absolutely.
keep it PG-13. So next one is, how old do you think this manuscript is? And we're almost through.
Manuscript is
Few 100 years old, of course.
Middle Ages. Yeah. It looks like the Middle Ages. People believed it was the Middle Ages for a long time, and there's thousands of these manuscripts that look exactly the same. This one, for example, they've declared it a hoax, and they want you to know it's a hoax. This document was supposed to prove that the Slavic language is old.
Yes.
This manuscript was proclaimed as
early examples of Czech poetry and writing, as old as, if not older than, German language traditions, which was really important in a national competition that was starting between the Czechs and Germans.
Not the Czechs and Germans, that's how they wrote it. It's a competition between which two languages? Slavic and Germanic. Do you see that they were going so far that they had to invent the proof? How old do you think?
Yeah, I really like this one because it had to do with like the court manuscripts and like something of like the green something that was found to be like a hoax or whatever.
I mean, here, this particular piece is just showing one other example of simply backdating languages, where you're then inventing manuscripts to be like, oh, don't worry, it's not only the modern German, so there is this old version, however you call it, but don't worry, if you're in Korea, I'm sure you have your own old version, but even if you're in Czech Republic, probably you have your own old version of something. Again, most likely only to, I would say, call it like a backdating, a nationalist backdating, if that's a term. So in order to solidify my position as a nation state and my relevance and this whole groupthink that I require to, again, pit nations against each other on that layer, fractally, right? In order to do and solidify that, I need, of course, national heroes, because right now, at least for me, even though I would say like the few things I read from Goethe or Schiller, German poets, are inspiring, and some even appear somewhat oppositional, interestingly enough, at least certain editions, for example, with Goethe, and in terms of cattle vaccination, let's say. The question is still open in terms of, did these people really speak German 150 years ago? Are these translated works by maybe some actual real sages and true literaries that maybe wrote backwards in some form of Arabic Yiddish, for lack of a better term. Um, it's all out in the open now, and it's just relevant again, and everyone can do this. I would just recommend research your own language. Just look again, who were the main individuals that found what, which institutes. Is it all funded by the government? Is it all coded? Does it logically even make sense? And again, with the languages, all I can say is, to me, when looking at the map and trying to understand language barriers, it never made sense to me, or it was obvious, very obvious to me, that there is very little organic growth happening there and a lot of artificial partitioning, just like they say in the US with this gerrymandering, no, where before every election they redraw the district lines. Yeah, it's kind of like that game, just on a fractally uh, different level. But yeah, I guess it's the same principle they apply everywhere if it works, right? So there's only two left. Uh,
Yeah, well, the question I would have is that, like what David mentioned in that video is that they want you to know that these are hoaxes. Like that's one of the things that he had said. And somebody might, take a look at that and it's like, okay, why would they want you to know that these are hoaxes? Is that another kind of like psychopathic, like, hey, we got 19 on everything and this is from the 19th century, blah, blah, blah. And then we just want you to know that we got you by the balls. Like, well, what is it?
I mean, God knows, because from that level, if you're materially minded and you already have infinite resources and near to infinite control or power, not really, but to a certain extent, um, I mean, maybe that's the next thing, that for your individual high score, how much can you scare them? And maybe it's also, I mean, definitely would be part of the process as well, because only recently, it seems, in many countries, and in some even to this day, and in certain cases still to this day, people just vanish into insane asylums or whatever, or suddenly are supposed to be crazy or something, once they really step onto some toes they're not supposed to, or realize some patterns and some bad actors that are in positions that are a bit too high for the common uh, peasant, who's not a peasant anymore because it doesn't even own his own land anymore, to touch. So in many different ways, it could even be said that there still exists a type of feudalist structure. Um,
Oh, without a doubt, for sure. I mean, it's just taking a different form, and people are not called serfs anymore, but definitely another form of control mechanism is at hand. Let's continue on with these shorts, and we'll take a break. We got two more to go.
They say there never was a Jewish or Christian temple in this place called Quds. They don't say Jerusalem. That's the Western translator who's put the word Jerusalem there on purpose. That they've said that this place is called Quds. It's never been Jerusalem, and it never has been Jerusalem. And they say it never will be Jerusalem. That's what these people say. He's from Al Quds University, not Jerusalem. He's saying there was never no Jewish, no.
Any comments about this video until,
we can
or shall
watch
we
the
go on
last
to the
one
next one?
also, and it fits together.
Coins and artifacts from the biblical era that Muslim authorities removed from Jerusalem's most disputed site. Thousands of years old. And they're saying this shows evidence of the book of Jeremiah. And they're saying these are Hebrew inscriptions. And they're saying they're genuinely ancient. Claiming this is supposed to be part of an arrowhead of the Crusades. These are supposed to be Crusader era iron horseshoe nails, which belonged to the horses of the Knights Templar. Babylonian archers came here. The Roman revolt happened here in the ancient Roman times. Jesus Christ is going to come. The siege machinery came here. We found Christian charms. Yes, this is the evidence of the Bronze Age flint stones and everything. This is the proof of the Old Testament. And this is the land of Israel and the Holy Land of Israel. This is... Come on. I've heard all this crap before. I would have believed it if I wasn't a researcher. So now let's just show you what they found. They found coins and artifacts from the biblical era.
Yeah, so the first shot we saw now was regarding the temple in Al-Quds. So even here, second, trapdoor level, or however you call it, second floor level, is it may even be, David mentioned, at least to me, that also the Quds name was chosen particularly because this could then refer to Kadesh, which has some other type of relevant meaning. So technically, even with the name Al-Quds, a certain other type of mythological story could be spun. But here the main idea just is that in the West we know the city as Jerusalem, whereas everyone coming from there will readily tell you it's actually called Al-Quds, or at the very least Darussalam. At least that's what the taxi driver told me when I asked him where he's from, and you can imagine how excited I was when he said Darussalam. This happened recently, right? So yes, here of course this refers to the whole idea with the whole Messiah complex, different religious radical sects with a little bit too much political influence or imagined or whatever, that are pawns in a game to create further conflict by, doomsday prophecies, or however you would call it. In this case, I guess the coming of the Messiah, the building of the temple, where they make this whole mess about and try to use it as an excuse to foment conflict. And as to what I understand through David, is this is very simply to create a similar situation as what had previously happened with the Pale of Settlement, which would be a certain area of present-day Poland, which is conveniently enough situated exactly in the middle of Europe. And in a similar way, you have this conflict in the middle of a certain region, whereas taxation or the motivation to pay interest and tax and to register for everything as it is common in the West, the readiness is very low traditionally, and apparently doesn't seem to increase in the way that certain controller factions would prefer. So what they see as the best way to achieve that is simply to create an artificial conflict that is flared up as massive as it has to be or dramatic as it has to be, in order to bring about then the real Middle Eastern, in this case, Arapian Union. So now we have the European Union, which originally was Arapia here in Europe, and they basically want to have the same, most likely over there, just so again they could bring, I would guess, first of all, bank account for everyone, the regular things, up to the famous thing which supposedly was never in any injection ever, and then people wonder why they're magnetic. But yeah, what
Yes.
can I say?
A
Or why
big
there's
mystery, indeed. Yeah.
yes. So that's
So
been the shorts. Thank everyone for
yeah, and
sticking out with us.
yeah, and again, like really, kudos to you and David for doing all these interviews and you creating some of these shorts. I mean, like really fascinating tidbits of information, and I'm glad that we are able to talk about this topic. For now, let's take a little break. When we come back, we're going to open it up to anybody who wants to come on up and chop it up with us. I think it will be a good opportunity for people to ask questions or obviously we're not going to be the experts on all that is history, but we're going to give you our take on what we have learned, etc., etc. So we'll take a little break, everybody, and we'll be right back. Any last any words that you want to say before we take a little break here?
Oh, thanks everyone. Thank you for your interest and attention. And yeah, drop any questions in the comments. And otherwise, I guess Nach, you'll know whom to contact, how to get on the panel. Yeah, kindly everyone share your thoughts and ideas.
All right, we'll wait for Raphael, and then I will
I'm
be
here.
sharing the stream yard for my channel, and then Raphael, you can also share it over on your channel as well. So let me pin that to the very top. Let's see here. So yeah, if anybody wants to come on up, and we'll be specifically talking about David Ewing Jr. and Flamenco's work about the alternate history. We're not going to go into the flat Earth. We're not going to go into the Mandela effect. We're not going to go into, um, such topics. We want to be talking about really the conspiracy of the history that's been altered. Definitely, we'll be interested in going into the Quran a little bit as well. So, do you have the um, do you have the link for your site,
Yes.
Raphael?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good. So, yeah. Besides that, fascinating stuff, really, and like I'm really happy that I'm reading this Fomenko's How It Was in Reality because that's like a summary of all the stuff that he had written, and it's a lot of material. And I'll be honest, like it's not an easy read. Especially trying to pronounce all these Russian names and Latin names is especially difficult for me because I have no idea if my pronunciation is correct. I'm just kind of winging it, so do bear with me, everybody. But the important thing is the information about how these timelines are repeated over and over again, and a lot of these figures like Jesus Christ, like we talk about like Dionysius, Zeus, Jupiter, Mitra, and all these characters. Then supposedly they came before Jesus, but when in reality Jesus, Andronicus, Christ came, and then all these other stories came afterwards. So a lot of fabrication going on, etc., etc.
Yes. It is fascinating and convoluted. I didn't know that you mentioned the book you're reading actually is an explicit summary already by Fomenko himself. Okay, that's
Yep.
amazing. So
Yeah.
then I can just recommend, because I saw that you did it. I just listened for a few minutes. I'm like, great, this will be the next sleep teaching or everything to let run on the side. That's amazing, especially if it's a summary, because I try to look at science, history, science or fiction. And I mean, obviously you can read it and I'm intelligent enough to understand it if I want to, but it's obviously a very big undertaking. So to know there's a summary and then you even reading it to us, that's amazing. So I can just recommend everyone to check that out.
We have someone here, Tim Truth. Welcome to the panel. You don't have to cam up, but you can cam up if you like.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on. I don't have a cam set up, unfortunately, but I've been really enjoying your guys' collaboration. I caught one a couple months ago, and so I'm glad you guys are back at it. Really interesting stuff.
Well, thank you, and thanks for being here. And may I ask what information that is of interest to you, in particular?
The alternative history stuff you guys are focusing on here, fascinating. Because I believe it. Well, now I'm doubting it, but I believe in, say, the Roman Empire and the ancient Aryans and Proto-Indo-European and stuff. And I've been personally really delving into that on my side, looking into tracing back our language, trying to understand history via the language. So it's right up my alley what you guys are talking about. But I haven't come to the same conclusions about how falsified history is. So it's interesting to hear you guys put that thesis forward. And now I have to ask myself, how do I know that these things actually did exist?
May I ask, how did you stumble across maybe Nachiketa then or something? If you're not familiar with, let's say, alternative timelines yet, or Fomenko, for example?
Well, somehow I was subscribed to your channel, Act Like You Know 26, Raphael. And I'm not sure exactly how that happened. But I'm very thankful that I stumbled across it. And so I've been enjoying the stuff you're putting out there. I guess my question to you guys would be, say, like the Roman Empire. Are you saying that is entirely falsified and just to mislead us and give us a false history in the place of the real knowledge?
So, Nat, if I may, I posted a link in the private chat. Maybe if you can, just pull it up. And there will only be very simple things. So this is not, how should I say, to one up you, Tim, or anything like this. I just pull it up because I think it's so hilarious. I mean, me myself also. How should anyone know? I studied Latin for, and I'm not lying, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years in school. Yeah, so and I learned about the mythology and some of the history and this and that, and it's all very fascinating. Of course, the first red flag, just from a logical point of view, would be, how can we really know what happened 2000 years ago? Just generally speaking, that's one thing. The other thing is, it may be, before I'm coming to what I'm showing here, it may be that this idea of having a Roman Empire fight against barbarians may actually be just a type of a cover-up obfuscation story for a real, let's say, war that, according to David Ewing Jr., may have even gone on for decades, where actually the newly invading force, we would call, let's say, the modern Catholic Vaticanese Church, was invading from the south, meaning from Cairo, Babylon, current-day Cairo, moving upwards, and then slowly, in different ways, persuading, proselytizing, massacring people. So there you could actually have maybe, so it could be that this Roman, let's say, empire story is not as it is portrayed to be, but that a quite similar story or similar conflict actually happened between what would be the modern Catholic Church and what would they consider, of course, the evil barbarian pagans or whatever up north, which would, of course, be the entirety of the indigenous population of Europe, whoever that was at that point. But according to Bible and other scriptures, it may have well been Mohammedans, for lack of a better term, which were then persecuted by the Catholic Church, which then, of course, made sure, just because I thought about this again recently, they burned the witches that made the good brew, and then they put in some laws, and now they only make their own bad brew. They make you bad food. It's also always really very closely related to health as well. But without diverging now, what I really wanted to show you is here we have Joseph Justus Scaliger, who is the famous guy for the modern timeline. Yes. And he basically is the basis for all modern history, even though it's not always so explicit in every text school history book. But he is basically the guy that this is all based on. And now, you're already showing it. It even shows it here, early life. And now, Tim, I would like you to tell me, now knowing, and if you scroll up a little bit in the first paragraph, Nudge, thank you, what he did. So this is the most official thing. He was a Franco-Italian Calvinist, religious leader and scholar, and he is known for expanding the notion of classical history from Greek and ancient Roman history to include Persian, Babylonian, Jewish, ancient Egyptian, and I wonder what more flavors you can come up with. And he all did that. And now knowing all of that he's fundamental also to the, if I understand this correctly, as it says here, ancient Roman history, what is the likelihood that in 1540, supposedly 1,000 years after all of that happened, and him being the one realizing all of that, he has a father? In 1540, Scaliger was born in Agen, France, to Italian scholar and physician Julius Caesar Scaliger. And that's supposed to be his dad's name.
Wow.
So, of course, and I'll allow you also a few rounds so we can go at this from different angles as to what potential explanations there could be, how this could possibly make sense. But from a very basic point of view, it'd be like, okay, this is the guy who's researching it, maybe discovering a lot about this. And then, all right, I could be fine. He's naming his son Julius Caesar because he's discovering about this great ancient Roman emperor who is so amazing. And he finds all the scriptures and translate them for the first time or whatever he could make up. And then he says, okay, I'm naming my son after this great figure in history. All right. But the likelihood of his own father literally being called Julius Caesar, there I'm just thinking in a very basic level, like, okay, I'm making up a story. Who's going to be the biggest hero in the story? Of course, it's going to be my dad, because my dad's the best, like this is how it appears to me. But tell me what you think.
I think it's very interesting, and I can definitely see the motives to lying about history and keeping the real knowledge to themselves. And they could craft, just like they do with the PSYOPs, what people think is the truth to guide the behavior and steer people in a certain direction. But what's tricky to me is like the Roman Empire is said to have been just all throughout Europe, like Roman Britannia, etc. So it just seems hard to fake it in so many diverse geographical areas. So that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around. But I digging deep, I'm like, shoot, I don't really have concrete evidence that it's not all falsified. that it's not all fake.
It seems that there is things like buildings and maybe other things, but the idea would simply be that whatever there was, they just put a new veil on it, their own label on it. Also, in a sense, even with the modern church and so on, at least to some extent, again, give themselves more validity by backdating their own achievements and everything. Because of course, if I'm conquering a culture, a nation, whatever it could be in Europe, of course later I'm going to say, oh, I built this, of course. Yeah. Like this is the greatest thing ever, and all these nice buildings and similar styles or whatever we have. But it doesn't mean I really did any of that. It could just well be usurped. And if I only look at the taxation levels in all modern countries, I mean, everyone's under occupation. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let me just step right in here. Welcome to the panel. Is it Menefestifalis? Hello.
Menefestifalis. Yeah, hi there.
I can't really read. It's very small. Manifesto from Gote, I believe, right? And then you have Diva Nagari writing there. It's very
Yeah,
difficult for me to read. It's very small.
it's
And then we have S. Gale as well, sir or ma'am. I'm not sure whom I'm addressing here. You don't need to cam up, but just let me know that you're a real person. Hello, S.
Maybe you're asking too
Gale.
much.
You are you there, sir or ma'am?
They posted in the chat.
not working.
Yes.
Okay, so how do you propose to communicate with us, S. Gale, if you cannot speak? Okay, well, we'll wait for you. Go ahead. Can I just call it? What can I call you, sir? What is your name over here? This
Me?
is
Just
Let's
Alexander. Alexander's fine. Yeah.
Alexander. Okay, that'll be easier for us. Alexander, welcome to the panel. So, what can we do you for?
Well, okay. Yeah. Well, I just wanted to chime in, I guess, with the discussion. I've been following the whole. I've been following the whole series with David Ewing Jr. So I've been found that very interesting. The guy seems very knowledgeable about a lot of things, so that's very cool. But I had a personal kind of latch into his story, let's say, because he did refer to the Arvanites in Greece. I'm personally half Greek. So I've been busy for the past 2 years, actually, basically doing research into the Arvanites specifically. And the Arvanites are a particular ethnic group within Greece, a minority, let's say, that speak an Albanian dialect since the Middle Ages. They've been in Greece at least since the Middle Ages, but people claim they've been here longer. And obviously, the Albanians have their own story about that, because they claim that they've been here since antiquity, and that they're basically Pelasgian and basically Proto-Hellenic. So there's a whole story there. But at the same time, obviously, you get the Byzantine Empire, at least according to mainstream history, on top, as well as the Ottoman Empire on top of that. So there's a lot of influences there. And the Arvanites, they distinguish themselves from the rest of the Albanian population because by being Orthodox. That's the main difference between them and modern day Albanians, basically, who are either Muslim or Catholic. That's basically what it comes down to. But there's a lot there's a lot of stuff that's interesting there, and a lot of weird stuff that's happening that connects with David Ewing's story. For example, you have one of our folk heroes, Marcos Botsaris. He was an Arvanitis. He is said to have written the first Arvanite, let's say, Arvanitical dictionary at 19 years old. so there's that connection with David Ewing in that regard, and he did it with the help of a French scholar named I think it was Francois Pouqueville. I'm not sure about his first name, but it's definitely Pouqueville. So it is said that he assisted him. But the funny thing is that the Arvanites were known, and the Albanians in general were known to be illiterate and not to have a written language. So their language is mostly verbal tradition since antiquity, at least if we believe the linguists' claims that it's such an ancient language. But personally, studying the language, I have to say that there's no doubt in my mind that this. So first off, there's very close connections to Greek and Latin. It's basically the missing link between the two, actually, in my opinion. But at the same time, it also kind of has a symbiotic relationship with both of those, as well as with Turkish later on, which came on top. So it has a lot of loan words from those languages, which it incorporates in its own idiom very nicely. So it's a very, very interesting, story there. And I'm not even halfway done. So just let me know if if I don't want to talk your ears off. It's your show, guys. So.
No, this is very interesting. Thanks for coming on and thank you for sharing. So it just makes me, I have no idea about this, but it just makes me kind of think of so many others, like strange groups, like the one that I have the most basic knowledge about is the Szekely, for example, the Szekely Hungarians, which have this strange flag, and they're just old remnant, old world Muslims somehow. That, well, not really, but they just seem to have had 50% more resistance against the conversion or whatever, so they kept some customs or something. And it seems these groups are in all over the place still, or now they just say, oh, they just have a bit of a different language and they're a little bit more strict with certain customs.
Well,
and that's
exactly,
all that
and
remains.
it's interesting because you see this. I've noticed the same phenomenon across the world. Because personally, I'm half Dutch. So in Holland, we have the same thing. For example, we have the Frisians in the north. You have a part of them in Germany and in Denmark as well, of course. But they speak their own language, which apparently is actually it's basically the mother of modern day German and Dutch. And they have also been suppressed, and they've also been like in the Middle Ages, and like the Dutch lords that committed all kinds of war crimes against them and stuff, and just persecuted them and basically tried to kill their language and culture. And you see the same thing obviously in Ireland and in Scotland and all that stuff. And at the same time you have Holland and Belgium, which is also interesting. You have the Dutch speaking side of Belgium, and they have their own like dialect, but at the same time it is the same language, and they even share the whole education system is the same across the border.
Do you mean now within Belgium? You mean the language partition within Belgium, or you mean something else? Just to understand.
Well, the Flemish-speaking side of Belgium, the northern side of Belgium, which borders to Holland, they speak the same language as the Dutch. So they share the same education system when it comes to language with the Dutch. They have an accord, so they have an agreement to keep the language up to date.
Okay.
Even though the Belgians have their own, they maintain their own dialect. And I also remember that because I used to do Dutch like as a second language, like abroad, here in Greece actually, and we used to listen to Flemish, to like Belgian tapes and stuff. But I'm getting off on a tangent. I shouldn't be.
Yeah, well, no, but it's still interesting, and always to be able to see on the one hand where is there a real trace, and just as it seems, for example, with Welsh, or it could be with any of these languages, when do they also attempt, and this again could have started 100 years ago, to artificially forge and backdate a certain variant or a certain story, as we just discussed.
Yeah,
also.
they could very well could vary.
Of course, without at least knowing a bit more about it, it's really difficult. I just know that I believe in German, I know there's supposedly, Middle High German and Old High German and this and that and God knows what. Yeah. Yeah. But definitely all of these particular groups are interesting. Please, Naj.
Yeah, let me just jump in here because I do want to make sure everybody's feeling comfortable. I don't need to speak so much, but Team Triff, if you're there, do feel like you can just chime in, and we're just having an open panel. So really appreciate you guys wanting to come up and chop it up with us, and great topics about like history. So I just want to give the mic to Tim Truth for a little bit if he has something that he wants to add.
Yeah, no, the pleasure's all mine, and I appreciate you inviting people up. I think that's great. Likewise, I've been studying language, Old German or High German, Low German, Proto-Indo-European, Sanskrit, Latin, Greek, and it is interesting how interconnected they are. So that's one of the hardest things, it seems to me, to fake, just because of the evolutionary developments of them. So that's my question, I guess.
Yeah, there's actually, I think there's something to be said for Arabic being like, if it's Arabic or like that Proto-Arabic or maybe some, but like that was the lingua franca that people spoke like internationally, but locally they spoke their own language. I think that makes sense because that happens today as well. So I don't think you can stop people from speaking their own language anyway, for the most part. And obviously, although that's not entirely true, that's exactly what happened to the.
Well, I don't know if I can. Yeah, because
that's exactly what happened here in Greece.
I wish it were true, but
you can do that.
But at the same time, the thing is, like, because modern Greek is very different. Well, there's a lot to be said there. Modern Greek is in a way very different from ancient Greek. It's not the same language anymore, and there's a lot of words that are taken from Turkish, from Albanian. That's not very, that's not. For some reason, the Greeks have less of an issue admitting they have Turkish. They use Turkish words than Albanian words, but the Albanian words are actually the majority in my experience. So we have like the simplest terms, like for flowers, for girls, for bread, for meat, all that stuff we've imported from, or we basically assimilated from the Albanian dialects that we used to have. And there was the whole process by which they tried to reintegrate the Greek language here. So they had, first off, they started out with two schools. So you had the Demontiki, so the folks tongue, let's say, the Demotic language, on the one hand, and the Katharevousa, which is like Katharevousa means the pure tongue. So it's basically it's basically a linguistic sort of Nazi ideology, where they had this whole they tried to imitate ancient Greek writing and style and grammar. But in order to compensate
the official
for missing...
modern Greek language, just so I understand where we're at in the timeline.
Mm-hmm. Sorry.
So this is a reform or something they're doing in modern times?
This is like the dialectic that was happening in order to create the modern Greek language.
Okay.
So you had two schools of thoughts. One was like Demotic, so they were looking at how do people speak in the villages and stuff. So they were going around and
okay, I see.
Yeah. So they were creating like an argot, or like a
standardization, like a try to standardize a language.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but also like trying to just intellectualize, or to just formalize, let's say, a kind of lower type speaking, like lower class speech, so like village people, working class people,
like categorization of like village people are speaking like this, and then people from rural areas are speaking like
it's
this.
Almost like a Greek pidgin, if you'd like. So it's simplified. They simplify the language so that everyone can understand it and learn it. And then the other extreme, those are the academics, the hardcore, like Hellenists, yeah. And they had devised this whole system with like multiple accents. You know that Greek uses accents on their words to show where the accent goes in when you pronounce it. But like in Catharevusa and that pure speech, they use like 10 different. Well, I'm not sure how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so around 10, I would say. Yeah, different accents, which all are supposed to mean something, but you don't actually pronounce them because the pronunciation, if you believe the academic story that they used to pronounce Greek differently in ancient times, has been simplified enormously. So all these accents are actually redundant. You don't actually do anything with them except for the one accent that shows you which syllable is being accentuated each time. But then so both systems didn't quite work. But then you had the synthesis, and that was modern Greek, and that's it kind of incorporates both like the complexities of like more ancient words, authentic Greek words, and more modern like English, French, Turkish loanwords and stuff like that, while keeping the grammar simple relatively. But at the same time, obviously, that whole process completely ignored and obviously purposefully, how do you say, eradicated like the natural speech that the people actually used to use.
So this is an interesting pattern you're describing here, because it makes me think of the, for me, completely unverified but common trope where they say, oh, what did the Catholics do? Even in official mainland history, they go somewhere, or like the Romans, whichever trope we use now, and they adopt the local customs, right? So it makes sense in a way. Even if I want to forge up a new language for you and confuse you with it, still I may want to do some field research. So at least I use some words or expressions or something that the common folk, as you say, will in some way, shape, or form find an entry into that whole thing. When of course the real purpose is, you know, standardization of language and nationalization of language usually.
Yeah, exactly.
But you will find some entrance. So here again, it could point both towards something organic, but you just explained actually that it was a, you know, expert driven process, dare I say.
Yeah, definitely.
And yeah, and then I mean, everyone should know what's up usually, and especially if you mention that there's so many, especially even useless on top of it, accentuations and so on. From the little bit that I've gleaned from the evolution of script historically, more of these things just means more add-on and confusion and obfuscation usually. So
yeah, I think so too. For the most part, it kind of depends on the language and what you've already, you know, what you're already using. Usually, it's based on particular sounds and stuff. And look, Albanian is interesting in that regard because it didn't have writing, it didn't have a script for a long time. So they used to write it both in Greek script as well as in Latin as well as in Arabic. And that was only for those few that could actually write.
What's interesting to me is how little history there is before Greek and Latin. I mean, it just kind of all falls apart at that point. So I just wanted to start with the questioning of your statements on, say, ancient Rome, because that one seems a little bit more solidified in my mind. But certainly it all breaks down, and there's no historical record really, other than like what the Rig Veda and the Vedics. It just seems like there's not much to really sink our teeth in before ancient Greek and ancient Rome.
And maybe to bring up one fundamental point that is also, of course, just to be perfectly clear, also I wouldn't have had any clue about this a few years ago if David hadn't, you know, caught me up to speed on this. There's a few very, very basic heuristics we can use, which I would say are very relevant. And the main thing, and why we keep coming back to the Quran, is simply because it appears to be the one thing that has some integrity in terms of being an oral transmission that actually is known by heart by millions of individuals. So where you can also be sure, okay, there's in fact checking, like, you know, consensus algorithm inbuilt. So it's not just what someone's making up. And there is a consistent lineage. Because how many Gurujis and whoever else claim, oh, I'm from the lineage here and this father and that and this, and I'm writing you the whole list of it. But where's your oral living continued transmission? Doesn't really exist anywhere. And then we add in the issue of the Gutenberg press and the linotype, which was only coming around from 1880, maybe properly implemented even sometime later than that. We look at the script and all of those supposed books and ancient texts. We find them evenly spaced out and basically made for print. And I'm just like, highly
You're talking about
suspicious.
the Quran now, or just books in general?
I'm talking about any book except the Quran, but the Quran as an oral transmission and not as a book. Yes, because of course everything written can be forged. And then again, I just look at the script, and I always wondered about this old Jesuit book. Supposedly, of course, they have the stamp on top, but I was like, oh, this looks pretty fresh. This looks pretty neat. Like it's Times New Roman, basically. Yeah. And then like, okay, when did they really print this? Or
Right.
maybe then often they will say, oh, it's just a reprint. It was so sad, we collected all the books and then it burned down, the typical Alexandria story from supposedly ancient Egypt, which didn't exist, but the trope in itself may have been reoccurring time and time and time again.
There's another, because there's a funny thing about this, coming back to Tim's question, because obviously there's a lot to sink your teeth in. I think if you follow the mainstream history, when it comes to what happened before ancient Rome or ancient Greece,
Sure.
obviously there's a lot of connections there as well. So there's the whole Pelasgian question is very interesting in my opinion, because those are allegedly the predecessors of both the Greeks and the Romans, and I think there's been a lot of shenanigans going on there. I don't think so. If we accept that those cultures existed,
now, yes, but it's interesting because you say now the Palestinians are being put as predecessors of Greeks and Romans. Did I get that right?
No, not the Pelasgians. Those are a different thing. Those are
right.
So, yeah. Those are supposed to be the Proto-Greeks or the Etruscans are supposed to be part of them. Also, there's a big connection with the what are they called? The big island next to Italy.
Sicily.
No.
Sicily, yeah.
Cyprus.
To the northwest of Italy.
Of
Close
Italy,
to
northwest of Italy, north of Sicily.
Actually,
There's another island.
give me a second. Yeah.
Well, according to Flamenco, the Etruscans were the part of the Mongol Empire, and then that they have come so this is
Sardinia.
and then
so
the
there's
Scythians.
Look, I don't look. I think David is actually a bit more objective than Flamenco in that regard. I do think there's a little bit of that Russian.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Like you're talking about there's a little bit of a propaganda
the whole
of
Russia
promoting
horn
a
thing, I
Russian
don't buy
empire
it.
and
Yeah.
Tartaria
I think
and such.
Tartaria-
So
I
you're
think
saying that
Tartaria was a
Flamenco is
separate
not as
thing.
objective.
Sorry?
Okay, I'm just saying, like you may be correct. I'm not denying the fact that you might be correct.
I'm
All
not-
I'm pointing out is that let me finish speaking first, and then you can go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so like all I'm saying is that Flamenco this is what he is saying according to what he has written, and then you could be right that he could be promoting Russia, and like he's not so objective. It's a possibility. So I don't have a dog in the race, to be honest myself.
Yeah, no. Look, what I was gonna say is I don't. How do you? What's the word? God damn it. Okay, I can't think of the word right now. So
Well, let me ask about.
I actually. Sorry.
Go ahead. I thought you lost your thought.
Yeah, I didn't lose my thought, but I lost the word that I was going to use for that. But I don't think Flamenco. I do think Flamenco is onto something. I think there is a connection there, not necessarily with the Slavs or with the Russians, but generally with the Scythians and with the Tartars and that whole thing. So I do think there's a whole thing with the whole Caucasian connection, let's say, to put it a bit more abstractly and a bit more subtly. You know, I'm perfectly happy to accept that you know, they might be Russian, or that the Russians are related to all that. Obviously, they are. We're all related after all. You know, it's just there are interesting connections there as well. So there's another thing that I had noticed with Albanian. So there's, and that's connected with David Ewing as well. So there's this thing. So in Arvanitika specifically, in our Greco-Albanian dialect, the word for father is tata, tatus. Well, in Albanian it's babai. So that's another interesting connection there, because I think there might be something for that, of a dispute, let's say, or like a rivalry between like Tartaria and Barbaria. There might be a connection there in that sense, if that.
Or they're just
Well,
the
yeah,
same.
that's yeah. So go ahead, Raphael. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying, or they are just the same, or have heavy overlap, and they are just purported to be different things, or
Well, yeah,
used
but
as different terms in different times. Yeah.
Sure, but there is a reason why the Pope is called the Pope, and it's on the root of ba, you know, of baba, let's say,
Yeah, it's an interesting
and
word.
not on the root of tata, let's say. So there might be something there in the sense of, because there are a lot of theories about the Phoenicians, right? They have connections with the Berbers and with all that stuff, and obviously with the. Allegedly with the Arabs too, by way of Spain, of Andalusia.
Mhm.
So
Let me. I'm
yeah,
sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. Tim, Truth. Did you want to chime in? Did you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify earlier when I said there's not much before the Greeks and the Romans. I guess that's more me looking at the predecessors to the ancient Greeks and the ancient Romans, and where they came from culturally. Obviously, there's said to be ancient Egypt and ancient China, et cetera, which are very interesting stories. And I was kind of curious what you guys thought about, say, ancient China.
Well, I'll speak on that just because I'm from the East, so I feel like I took some responsibility here. But like, I don't personally believe ancient China existed as well. And David Ewing Jr. goes into it in one of his books called Tartar City. And the current version of China is, of course, a newer, recent addition to the global empire. But like the Mongolian-looking, the East Asian-looking people were towards the south, the Manchurian aspect. Like the northern parts seems to have been controlled by like these kind of Turkish-looking, people. Like maybe they were the czars and the khans, etc. And like the wall of China, they're kind of facing the wrong direction. The explanation is that they want to keep the Mongolians out of China and stuff like that, but they're actually maybe geared towards like keeping the Chinese or the Han people out of Tartaria back in the day. So that's kind of my
Wow.
take on that. But Raphael, do you have a thought on this?
I guess really the main insight, which is also perfectly official and Manifestophiles. You said, Alex. You said.
yeah.
Yes. Kindly mute yourself when you're not talking, just so
Yeah,
then
okay, yeah. I'll keep
I'm a
that in
little
mind. I
bit of
was
a
going to
stickler
do that. Yeah,
for
you're right.
audience. It's all good, all good. So yeah, the main real point, which is easy to verify, is Encyclopedia Britannica or whatever. You look up Tartar City, and up to 1900, Beijing was Tartar City. I mean, even here, again, we have to verify again, whereas maybe names change, this and that. Who knows how many times they fractally obfuscated history, but that's a clear sign that's perfectly officially documented. Which I guess would be a good starting point, and may even be, I mean, there may have been several cases in different graduations, but this may have been one of the, I'm not sure how to call it, final battles or something of opposing ideologies there as well. Although I kind of suspect that this still went on, and according to David, it actually still goes on today, that even today, within the people that think they are in power or have control over financial systems or whatever, that even they supposedly within their own groups are not perfectly unified in ideology, that you still have these, for lack of a better term, followers of Moses that have, as I would understand it, some kind of sacred understanding of life in terms of a value in and of itself. And then you have the humanistic Pharaoh faction on the other side that is, has no regard for that whatsoever. And then what I always like to mention, because I think it's a relevant distinction or differentiation within the system, is what Sean Ross explains. HROSS. I'm not sure if you've seen his documentary. It's highly recommended. He talks about Switzerland,
definitely.
sometimes using mainline timelines, but that's fine. The main point here being the royalist pharaonics and the republican pharaonics. And then you simply have the Democrats and Republicans, or left wing and the right wing. But understand, none of those two, even within that framework for simplifying it, none of those two would be followers of Moses or really an opposing view. Both would be the two wings of the eagle that is in this case the pharaonic eagle, or however you would explain it, and are actually just factions that are both control freak factions. They just have a slightly different view on how to best manage the peasants, as David likes to joke.
Hey, Raphael, when you say Tartar City, are you saying that possibly Beijing was the capital of Tartaria?
I have no idea. I can only say that Encyclopedia says that this is what it was called. And I'm like, at least in terms of naming Pareidolia, I mean, it's not Pareidolia, it's the same name, right? It's an obvious lead, and I just go from there. And also actually, but this is all a lot of speculation, but what is a very auspicious date, I brought it up earlier today as well, is the time around 1850 to 1880, let's say, when you had all the Republican revolutions in Europe. You had the supposed civil war in America, where David recently mentioned, he said, interestingly enough, that most Muslims were actually in the north, which maybe again twists up the whole story in terms of who was fighting whom for what. I don't know. But all I want to point out is that there was an obvious, even in official timeline, documented extreme upheaval from 1850 to 1880, where it now looks to me, honestly, they just made up all kinds of cover-up stories. And this may have even been already back then some kind of a world war, actually, where already these ideologies were clashing, or the one force was heavy on conquering and ransacking and whatever else you could do, whatever they could get their hands on, in an attempt of a scorched earth policy, or God knows. Yeah. Just after the downfall of civilization, someone pirate asked earlier, this could be an interesting question also for you, Nudge, for speculation. What caused the switch? So why could some, Vatican priests or whatever, with some gold and some blackmail or whatever they did, take over Europe? There must have been some issue. People are speculating, mud flood catastrophe. Maybe they were just simply blowing up the sewers, which is what David had mentioned to me recently, which would be a very simple idea. Yeah. If it's all water pipes, water systems, you blow it up. However that would work exactly.
Yeah.
Or you use a resonance amplifier, and then you reverse polarity, and then
all those star ports, you just
God knows what you can do. Yeah, I don't know, but
just tune them up, just raise the frequencies. I was
Tim,
gonna say
just briefly, Tim, is there anything you want to follow up with, or is that at least a lead for you?
Yeah.
Even if I can't.
No, that's fascinating. This is all fascinating. I was going to ask about, you said Muslims in the north, and you also said earlier you think the Quran might be one of the oldest texts. And when I think old text, I'm thinking like the Rig Veda, for instance, but you don't seem to hold that as in high regard. So I kind of be interested about that.
So this idea with the Muslims in the north, this is about North and South, not North and South America. This is about North America and the supposed civil war between the North and the southern states. And David just had in passing mentioned that supposedly everyone knew that in the northern states there were more Muslims. Whatever this means, I don't know. I just wanted to mention it. And in terms of the Quran or the validity of any scripture, the one thing is I can claim any date for any document. And again, here without any, dogma, ideology, or conditioning, ideally, just logically, right? I can claim any date for anything. Therefore, and if I know the issue with the printing, and if I look at certain supposed documents like Dead Sea Scrolls and so on, there's all kinds of issues with it. Yeah? In terms of how it is printed, how it is done. Also here we can look at it and basically see that this is a modern type printing, yeah. And then I understand modern type printing was only maybe introduced around 1900. Then basically any book I will find that is with modern print, I will not trust if they say it's older than maybe 150 years old. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And what the Hafiz, this would be the group within the Muslim religion, or how you would call it within Islam, the Hafiz are those that actually learn the book by heart. And there are millions of those. And of course, also this doesn't give me a 500-year proof, but at least according to what David Ewing Jr. had told me, he says he would be tentatively be open to say it can be verified, quote unquote, up to maybe 200 years. And how you do that, of course, is you go to the oldest individuals you can find and you ask them if their own grandparents already taught them that or whatever happened. And even here, it's not exactly clear. So maybe just to give the basic outline, the idea is Europe gets conquered from the south, from Babylon, Cairo, modern Vatican church forces, whatever. They settle in Rome only a few hundred years ago. They have maybe from their works in Constantinople, which is Istanbul, and the whole idea with Jesus dying there in tourism, this may have been an income stream. It's not exactly clear. But anyhow, they come up in Italy with the gold and with their methods, and they slowly start fighting against the north. This may actually be this trope of the Romans against the barbarians in the north. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah? And then eventually, for whatever reason, whatever catastrophe happens, and many people, indigenous population of Europe, for lack of a better term, original Arabians, Europeans, yeah? Europeans, had to flee en masse. And if I would do that on a civilization level, and I'm thinking of it, I'm responsible for that, and I realize, okay, militarily and maybe for other reasons, I've lost, my infrastructure is getting blown up, and these people literally are, massacring my people, and worse, need to get out of here. So they're fleeing to especially the east and the south, up into the mountains, of course, also where the matrix is, cannot grab hold of them so easily, but mainly it's a mass exodus. And part of that exodus is just to create one document, almost, I want to say, like accusation, maybe, at least some parts of it, one can interpret them like that, where it actually says, look what actually happened. Jesus didn't die on the cross, which is a huge thing for many Christians, right? These and these things in history aren't correct. Watch out, there's people that are after you. Watch out, they're changing the history books. And to me, what's interesting about this is, number one, that it could actually be a real transmission from back then. And number two, it may well potentially even be the only document from that time that has not been forged up by that very same, for lack of a better term, Jesuit Vatican power group.
In which document? The Quran?
The Quran.
Wow.
And again, simply created as a type of a safeguard mechanism. If my civilization in mainland Europe is falling and I have to go to the literally desert, I mean, I need some spiritual understanding for this, or I'm really scared of whoever is coming to go to the desert where there's nothing. And David has shown this various times, only to preserve my way of life, or only to ensure that me and my children will not be enslaved by whoever is conquering Middle Europe. So I'm fleeing. And that's also why you could explain so many more light-skinned individuals in Northern Africa and many other places, Morocco in particular, but Parrot can talk a lot better about this in a second and maybe help me out with this. I'm going out on a limb. But yeah, this could potentially explain some complexions, some migratory patterns, and yeah, the Quran simply as a type of a safeguard against an overwhelmingly powerful New World Order type force that takes no prisoners and loves to rewrite your history. So, because then faced with such a hypothetical scenario, what else are you going to do? What else can you really do? So, seems somewhat logical to me.
And are you talking hundreds of years or thousands of years?
No, I don't think,
Hundreds,
without a lot more of information, I don't think I would ever claim something going beyond, a few hundred years is already a far stretch. Yeah. So, as Nachiketa mentioned earlier, even Professor Anatoly Fomenko says, the maximum we can find any traces back is 500 years. And that seems, with the current technology and awareness
15th
level,
century, which is the
realistic.
1400s, which is about 600 years. But Alex, I want to give the mic to you, and then I do want to welcome Pirate after you. Go ahead, Alex.
Well, I think we can go back as far as maybe 1100s, maybe the 12th century. I think Flamenco has mentioned that as well.
Yep.
Um,
Yep.
so personally, I would say that would be around the time that like Jesus lived, and at the same time, it's basically the High Middle Ages. Um, that we know of. Which, by the way, there's another interesting thing that has always interested me. For example, the Middle Ages in Greece are a real mystery. We have castles here, and there's a whole history about Frankish and Venetian and Genovese, by the way, dominion in Greece, um, as well as an Albanian kingdom that used to exist or that existed for a few hundred years in northern Epirus. But other than that, we know nothing. But Greece has actually quite a few castles, and not only that, the Acropolis itself here in Athens used to have a tower on top. I think I saw the pictures in one of your talks with David Ewing, Raffael. So, but yeah, so
So let
there
me
the Acropolis used to be a fort as well. Sorry, okay, I'm done.
Yeah, I'm gonna give the mic to Pirate, but before I do, let me just read a small section, just a couple paragraphs from how it was in reality by Flamenco. It says in the introduction, the epic before the 11th century. The section is very short. There is no information surviving written sources about any events prior to the 11th century. There was no writing at that time. It appeared only in the 10th to the 11th century, which is the 900s to 1000. According to Scaliger's history, writing originated in ancient antiquity, blah, blah, blah. We already know this. But he goes, in reality, the written history of mankind first emerges from the gloom only in the 10th, 11th CC. All surviving ancient documents, including those attributed to deep antiquity, in reality describes the events of the 11th to the 17th century. So, like, I guess it does kind of go back, but like just skipping a little bit, in reality they existed, were widely used significantly later up until the 15th to 16th. So what I'm understanding from Flamenco is that there's more clarity coming from the 15th century on, and then yes, we have documentations from the 10th to the 11th century, but beyond that point we really don't have anything at all. So yes, so just wanted to make that clear based on that. Pirate, welcome to the panel. Did you want to add to the conversation?
Yes, thank you very much. It was a really very great conversation. I would love to add a view from official history. In official history, we have the Renaissance period, which is a very interesting period. So it's from this Renaissance period. This Renaissance period is characterized by the rediscovery in Europe of the antique societies like Roman societies and Greek societies through the traduction of Arabic manuscripts after the consequences of, for example, the Reconquista of Spain. So what we know from the Greek and the Romans came through the traduction of Arabic manuscripts, Arabic scripts. And so that tells a lot about what could be in reality Greek society or Roman society. It's just Arabic manuscript, but reintroduced as these guys as something else.
Or I hide whatever these guys, in terms of Arabic medieval high age, actually wrote, or whatever smart ideas they had. I make up my own stories or change them so much, because at least with some things, I mean, have you read Plato's Republic? I tried. I only got third way through, and then I was like, I don't know if I can handle this. Not talking about any French philosophers here now, But
Yeah,
just finding that out, that it could equally be that they, changed a lot of it, what they didn't like, which was maybe the really interesting part. Then they put on a Greek name, and
of
similar to
course.
what you said, Alex, in terms of course, Genovese and the Italian dominion, I'm sure. But again, without knowing anything, just going by the basic logic that if I'm the conqueror, of course I'm gonna put all the feathers on my skirt, whoever did it, yeah, gonna put all of them, yeah, of course it was me, it was my cousin, of course, yeah. And if you just see it in this very stupid almost way, a lot of things make a lot of sense, and then of course you can often back it up when you see the inconsistencies and look at it from the other side. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I'm not gonna go through it, but we can find thousands of pages of Plato, but at the time of Plato there was no paper. So how he write down all his work on, on rocks or on animal skin, I don't know. So that doesn't make sense, anyways.
Well, I'm not sure if there wasn't any paper. I mean, you had allegedly, at least, you had papyrus, and you had Phoenician traders. So I think we can I think could we could accept that paper existed. There are
Paper
so
was
yeah,
considered very expensive, and
sure.
that like still a lot of like writings were still being written on like parchment and birch barks and stuff like that, even up to like the 1800s. So like paper wasn't like readily available for everybody, even up
No,
to the
we,
Yes,
recent times. So
yes, and
yeah,
that goes along with the style of writing. To develop a style of writing, to have a personality when you write, you have to you need to have paper at disposition a lot and very cheap. So you train and you develop your own style, just
sure,
as
that's true.
Plato or some other author, antique author. So yeah.
And it would require a lot of copying as well to stand any chance of being extant this long after.
Sure, yeah, exactly. I wanted to say though, there are theories that claim that there were some, like Byzantine intellectuals that helped kickstart the Renaissance in Italy and stuff, in according to mainstream history, and that not obviously the Greeks have like a stake in claiming that those texts are authentic and that they came from Byzantium or whatever, and from whatever libraries they had and whatever.
Can't you imagine? Can't you see? Isn't it kind of great?
It's
And again,
interesting, yeah.
without knowing anything about, or supposedly knowing anything, or being ignorant, every nation gets their own historical fantasy
Exactly,
kingdom.
yeah.
It's pretty cool, no? You can be
Yeah.
so proud of it. You don't look too closely at the others. You should be nationalist enough not to look too close, because then you realize it's all the same story, just like with the
Exactly.
religion.
Yeah.
Because the one really grand story that really is, at least for me, what it looks like, is that there was at least some degree of culture and decency and commonality that had been completely shattered. Which could be, if we go so far as Exertus likes to say it, Tartarian Trade Federation or whatever, steamships. I don't know what. I mean, I can readily imagine something pretty amazing. And the fact that they obfuscated so much to the degree that they make an own Disney kingdom for every country, again, would just, for me, give credence. Either whatever happened was so horrible, probably was, and still is in many different ways. However, what's even more dangerous is if whatever was before was just in any measure, to any degree, superior to what there is now, because that is the one thing that is not allowed, to assume that we are not at the ultimate pinnacle of civilization. I mean, maybe they're changing that around now too with doomsday and so on, but overall, this is where the height of technology and everything is, and the height of culture. And don't you dare have maybe even a semblance of a true reference, some higher ideal that could be located in history, especially if it includes the idea of unity and acceptance of diversity, and not some faked up nationalism, fascism, or whatever else joke they come up with. Okay, I'm done ranting.
That was great.
If I can bring up a subject, so Raphael was talking about how people were in exile from their own lands, and how it is and he make links with the Quran. And so maybe I suggest Nashiketa, if you can read a verse from the Quran which exactly talk about that.
Which one?
So it's Surah 5, I think it's verse 20. Starts from verse 20.
Muted.
Pirate, this is correct. Chapter 5, verse 20.
Yeah, but you have to click on go to reach it. You're not on it right now.
Yeah, I was just wondering. It started Bismillah. I was like, oh, again.
Oh, okay. Okay. So here we are. Let's see. So this is chapter 5, verse 20. And when said Musa to his people, O my people, remember the favor of Allah upon you when he placed among you prophets and made you kings, and he gave you what not he had given to anyone from the worlds. O my people, enter the land, the holy, which has been ordained by Allah for you, and do not turn on your backs. Then you will turn back as losers. Do I continue
Yeah,
or
keep
what?
going. Yeah, so he's saying to his people, remember all of the great thing Allah has given to you, God have given to you. So now come with me to fight for our land.
They said, O Musa,
Don't.
indeed, in it.
Yeah,
They said,
sorry.
O Musa, indeed, in it are people of tyrannical strength, and indeed we never will enter it until they leave from it. And if they leave from it, then certainly we will enter it. Said two men from
Just 1 second.
those
Just 1 second
who,
for context.
yeah,
So that
Um,
yeah.
stops there.
did I understand this right, Pirate? You want to explain the last part that Nachiketa just read?
Yeah, so that was just the extract. So it's Moses coming to his people, telling and basically trying to gathering them and to make them courage to go to fight for their land, which they were expulsed from. And they say, there is a people of great strength there, and we are afraid to go.
Do we know who those people were?
I mean, not. I don't know.
The Vatican's stooges, let's say.
I'm just bringing that in the context of people flying from their country, as Raphael was explaining before.
I think
Yes.
it was the. I think it was the. I think it was the Palatines, because we have the whole tradition of Charlemagne converting Europe and all that stuff, and he had like his entourage of knights of the Palatines, and those were the Counts Palatine. They had a lot of power. They were basically like the Jedi of the Middle Ages. They could go around and just basically judge you on the street and stuff.
Sounds convenient. Tim, you wanted to say something?
Well, I'm interested about the Palatines. I haven't heard too much about that group before. If Alexander wants to elaborate on the Palatines, I'd be
Yeah, it's
please,
an
please
interesting
do.
subject.
Just
Yeah.
before you go on, I just want to bring up one thing because it's so ridiculous and it also shows how everything is connected. Which is the most important, one of the most important surveillance companies ever? It's Palantir. And maybe they say officially that Palatinate is supposed to mean something different or whatever. But anyhow, you have all kinds of people. I always love to bring this up, even only somewhat relevant local Austrian politicians that then suddenly, after their not too impressive political journey, end up at that company, and then you know what kind of backroom deals, all kinds of services have with each other and so on. It's completely ridiculous. But yeah, Palantir maybe is a slightly different story, but please go on about the Palatinate. I'm also very curious.
I'm sure they're connected too, but like, okay, there's been ideas floating around, so it's not so there's been a few channels on YouTube that have been talking about this as well, like Old World Florida has been talking about it, and about the Moors and the Palatines, so there's a lot of connections there as well. But so it's a very complicated issue, because there's a lot of weird interconnected subjects that are all kind of connected to this name Palatine or Palatinate and all that stuff. So first off, you have, as David Ewing mentioned, you have Pallas Athena, which is, so you have the word palace, obviously that comes from that as well. And then you have the 7 hills of Rome and the Palatine Hill. And obviously the Palatines are connected to that, I think, ideologically, in the sense that obviously the Pope crowned Charlemagne. He had like his chosen warriors, let's say, and those were the Palatine Knights, and those were installed in various regions. So those were the first counts. That's where the title Comte comes from, or so the Graaf, and they were known as the Counts Palatine. But they were basically, so they had their domain, but they were basically traveling around, and they were like settling disputes like in various regions and stuff. So they had like this autonomy to just kind of go around and settle disputes. But at the same time, you have this whole thing in Germany. You have this whole region, the Rhineland-Palatinate, as well. And there's a whole connection there with the Moors for some reason, and that connection also exists in Switzerland, which is obviously the source of the Rhine, right? So that's one whole region that crosses all the way through Holland, and in Holland you also have Moors, so that whole connection exists all the way down to Switzerland. And for some reason, the patron saint of the Palatines is Saint Maurice. Saint Maurice obviously comes from the Greek word mavros, which means black. So Mavrikios means the black man. So Maurice is the black saint. That's just his name. And he was the leader of the Legion of Thebes. So those were like allegedly Egyptian legionnaires that were recruited by the Romans to come over to Europe for some reason to fight. I think it was Hannibal, but I'm not sure. But to fight anyway. To fight the Christians in the Alps. For some reason they were Christian. I'm not sure about that either. But so they were Christian too, the Legion of Thebes. So they refused. They didn't want to kill those guys. So they got punished. So they got decimated. So that's the legend. So they became martyrs and patron saints of Switzerland and of the Rhine and Palatinate. But for some reason, you have all these paintings, Renaissance paintings of Saint Maurice and the legionnaires, the Legion of Thebes, and all these guys like dressed up in like medieval full plate armor, let's say, dressed up like palatines. And it's literally described also, if you look on Wikipedia, that they allegedly just dressed them up as palatines and just depicted them that way, with like a whole, like with the banner of the Holy Roman Empire and everything. And for some reason these guys exist. Oh yeah, and in the Rhineland you have all these coats of arms of all these noble families that have these Moors heads on them as well. And then there's one last connection that I want to make before I end this tangent. In Holland, you also have the Zwarte Piet, right? You have Saint Nicholas. You have this whole tradition in Belgium too, by the way. And he has these helpers. They are called Zwarte Piet. So they're literally white people in blackface. So that's been decried as being racist. But the funny thing about those is they are depicted. So the way they paint themselves, the way the traditional outfit is exactly like how the Moors are depicted in those Renaissance and medieval paintings, like with those exaggerated big earrings and those red lips and the afros, but but other than that, with a very European-like appearance, strangely enough. And there's a lot of connections there as well with the Moors and the bog people, for example. That's the word for like bog or swamp in German is Moor, in Dutch as well. And then you have these bog people that they pull out of the swamps and they're all black, and they're like, yeah, that's the bog. They turn them black, you know. It's like, yeah, maybe there's a connection there as well. But oh yeah, and the last thing I wanted to say, so those Zwarte Pieten, those people in the helpers of Saint Nicholas in Holland are called knechts. They're his knechten, and knecht is obviously the root of the word knight in English. So it's not just servant; it means servant, but it's actually it's a noble title. It's a knight. So yeah, that was the last thing I wanted to say. It's a lot to take in, I suppose.
I just see like reviews of different scenes of Game of Thrones when you mentioned all of what you said just now. You know, so
Yeah. No, I think those people got killed off. There's a few channels. There's Crimeo Ahau is also very interesting. He talks a lot about the Moorish roots of African Americans. And there's a lot of interesting stuff there too, because those people fled en masse basically to America, and I believe that story. I think so. I don't think they just fled to the south or to the east. I think they also went to America. As
yes,
that's
of
the
course,
connection.
Weren't
the idea.
there blacks already in America, like
Yeah, that's
as
the
quote
theory.
unquote natives,
Yeah.
rather than like because like the current narrative of the blacks, they were brought over from Africa by
Mhm.
basically the Jews and the whole slave trade type of thing, and that's all also kind of put into question.
Yeah.
Raphael, how you doing over there?
No, I'm good. We can. I don't know. I mean, also it doesn't really depend on me. But other than that, I'd say we go for, I don't know, 15 more minutes or something. If there's
Yeah,
anything
yeah.
else.
Okay, let's yeah, because it is like 3 o'clock in the morning and I do kind of want to wind it down a little bit. So 15, 20 more minutes is fine, but just want to finish my thought by this, current narrative that we've been taught in the history of like the Africans enslaving their own people, and they're brought over by the Jews, and then that's where the African Americans are coming from. And this question about like how these ships, with their 3-month voyage of like carrying hundreds of people in them, like and then they're just packed in there like sardines, and what's the logistics on all that is put into question as well.
May I make one small? Because I don't think anyone's ever mentioned that idea before. Because what if both are true in a sense, right? So we have this whole. We know that the Moors that went to Holland, and that colonized America and all that stuff, those were like Muslims and or Jews for the most part, and they became officially Protestant in Holland and so on. But what if like there's both like the black the Jewish aristocrats of Moorish descent that are just doing this whole slave trade thing and gathering all the spices and all that stuff, and they're going down to Africa and just picking up slaves and taking them up there as well. We also know that the Africans traded their own as well, so it's not actually that strange.
I mean, I could well imagine varying factors confluencing as so often. What I'm thinking of now is the, how to say properly, phenotype. So what is outwardly visible, where you would see, I don't even know why, but I think on average, you can tell like I'm not sure how would you say it, sub-Saharan African from an African American. And so here also the question is it how does genetics really work is a big question unto itself, and also how much does epigenetics influence something. So if I put my genotype in a different climate, will my phenotype express differently in 2 generations, even without too much interbreeding or anything, or intermixing of genetics, but only because of epigenetic factors, because there is less or more light for 2 generations? What does that really do? We don't, as far as I can tell, we don't really have any viable statistics on that. So then it gets difficult to really trace stuff back, especially when you understand, by the way, that you don't necessarily want to send your data to 23andMe or whatever they're called, because they just make up their own classifications. And yeah.
That's what I was going to say. It's like, we don't understand it, but I do think that these data collection agencies that are very keen on getting everybody's genetics and put it into their neural networks and all these advanced machine learning software, I bet you they have some big findings about history that they're keeping to themselves.
Well, I better hope they do,
Yeah.
honestly. I
That
mean,
would be
with that
interesting.
amount of data,
Yeah.
yeah.
But I do think so. I suspect I can't say for sure but I do think there are some instances where you can say like there's different types of black people. Let's say so. I would say, for example, how is it that, for example, Obama has Swiss roots, right? Yeah, I do think there are some black people that are closer to that maybe have like roots in Egypt, or like in more, and are more connected like in various elites and stuff like that, while others are basically just low level grunts like you and me, who
Well,
might also have
Obama's
different
mother
phenotypes as
was
well.
white, wasn't she? Obama's mother, and she comes from
Mhm.
a American aristocratic family line, right? So like Obama is essentially an American aristocrat,
Mhm.
as bunch of so-called American presidents are. They're all interconnected to the same family bloodline, according to name. Anyway, I mean, they're all cousins of each other, extended cousins of each other. Anyway, you
Exactly.
know.
Yeah, but it's like Sean Ross said. These guys, they don't care about race or the phenotype necessarily. They're more interested in in controlling the ideology, basically.
Well,
So they're yeah.
yeah, just real quick, but like as far as Obama is concerned, just because like America is a kind of a melting pot, and there are obviously all mixed races over there, and it's something that they probably could have thought of as a potentiality of like, hey, somewhere down the line, we're gonna want like a black president, or a white Asian president, or like a female president, and then they're grooming these people from the get go, knowing what the popular consensus is going to be at that time, and people are demanding, oh, hey, we want an Asian president or a black president, and he fits the bill, right? And then he's part of the family though too, so something like that could be going on as well, right?
And it's amazing. One of the things that I'm most interested in as far as genetics is just the sheer numbers of ancestors that we would have just going by powers of two. If you go 20 generations back, that's 2 million. Go 30 generations back, 2 billion. 40 generations back, 2.2 trillion. So the question
It's
is,
pretty absurd, right? Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot.
Yeah, that's crazy. And then they say you descend from two people.
Well, essentially one, because Eve is
Like,
kind of like a rib of Adam anyway, so
Yeah, I mean, since we're on the topic, also just a, how should I say, buckshot, or however you call it. Any suggestions? Because if we really go by where we have some semblance of evidence or whatever, do we even have any handle on how long we could say the human in its current form, I almost want to say, has been seeded in this environment? I mean,
No
for how
idea.
many hundreds of years do we actually have any semblance of an idea? So Fomenko says maybe 500-600, and because I'm just saying, you're talking about billions of ancestors. I can imagine that also, but in a different way. I still can't properly imagine any supposed evolution of the human species. Let's say, I'm not suddenly growing a beak or something. These slow evolution methods would not be viable from many different points of view. But opening that up, okay. One idea maybe is, it seems from some old photos that don't seem to be AI generated yet. I mean, many are, but some originals, that people have been taller. And then, of course, you have all these strange things on the maps, all these figures up to dragons and things. We don't have to go too deep into all of that now. But yeah, I just wanted to point it out that even here, I wouldn't dare to say, oh, I'm sure we're here for thousands of years.
Right.
Really.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to say that either. I'm just saying, just running the numbers, we have to ask,
Oh,
of
of
course, how
course.
many
No,
generations there's been.
it's great. It's great, and it's a great mind exercise. I was just thinking this is the next thing. If we take this hardcore approach, let's say, at dissecting everything, I was like, yeah, even here, how do I know we didn't come from some type of other life form that literally has the ability to see the different life? Let's just, I mean, I can imagine it, yeah? And then it would all have come from one egg or something, yeah, in some strange way.
That's
God
spermia.
knows.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the proper evolution of a new species yet, and I don't think we recreated that in the lab yet. So yeah, that's maybe speculation for the other side. Pirate, what do you
And
say?
that's in accordance to the Quran, which says, "And we have created you from one being."
Are you sure that this would be really in the Quran and hopefully not a part that is mistranslated? I'm just asking because that's a relevant
I mean,
religious question.
from what I know, it's written, "And we have created you from one being." Then we can debate on the translation. Of course, I'm not sure.
Of course, and then the question is, one being, are we talking spiritually in terms of everything is drawn out of the one existence, which I would say in a sense is obvious or necessary? Or then, like I said, I'm imagining some kind of sci-fi movie.
I don't know.
The first human spawning from
Yeah,
an
it
egg.
Well,
was
the
it was one big
Prometheus movie, right? Right, the movie Prometheus, where they are introducing the alien DNA into the Earth, right? And then that essentially is kind of an explanation of of how all the life forms here came from that one being, though, too, right?
So
Well,
so
actually,
was it the chick or the egg?
yeah, exactly.
Maybe.
Right. Yeah.
Also interesting would be like the Noah's Ark story kind of hints at this, where it's like there's the mass extermination, but certain animals
Yeah.
are spared and then repopulate from there, almost like a petri dish.
Definitely, yeah.
Well, yeah, I talked about this earlier, but from again, and I'm not saying this is fact, but this is what Fomiko says, that the whole Columbus, coming over to America is the Noah story. It's kind of like repackaged Noah story coming from Spain and all this kind of stuff. So
That's for
again,
sure.
take it or leave it. It's open to interpretation. We have a story about Manu here in India, about like that's basically a Noah's Ark type of thing. Flood, big flood, and then man Manu came to this region in northern India, where mankind was able to replenish this region. Blah blah blah. Same kind of biblical story. And really a lot of like Krishna and like the Vedas are, according to Fomiko, is based on the Bible. So there's a lot of repetition. Like one of the things that we have gotten into, not to make it too long, is like Buddhism, and Buddha himself, supposedly having been born in Lumbini in Nepal, is another iteration of Jesus. Siddhartha, or Isida, as an example, is another version of Jesus Christ, or Isa, Saint Isa.
And you think that's the direction versus vice versa, whereby I've heard some explanations say that rather Jesus Christ is, kind of a reincarnation story-wise as those prior characters. You think that the
Well, in
Bible
my
came first?
personal opinion, I'm gonna share the mic with others, but in my personal opinion, it seems to be that Jesus Christ is the main storyline, and then all the other storylines come from Jesus Christ. It appears to me. That includes Buddha, that includes Krishna, that includes Osiris, Mithra. All these other storylines came later on, and they were repackaged to go like into ancient antiquity, quote unquote, to give that phantom, timeline that, it's like another 1,000 years or 2,000 years, 3,000 years. Like it's just giving you another false narrative that never existed in the first place. So.
That's super interesting.
All right, let's get final thoughts from everybody, and then let's see. I'm going to go around. Let's start with Pirate and Alex, and then Tim, and then I'll let Raphael say his piece last, and then we'll call it a day for today. So, thank you again, everybody, for coming. Pirate, do you want to share something with us before we call it a night?
Yeah, maybe just to wrap it up, what was being said. It's about um, we are you both seem to agree, you and Raphael, that in the past they seem to have been a big society connected all around the world, and it has something to do with the biblical stories and the Quranic stories, and maybe they were following the Quran, and something happened we don't know, and now and this society collapses, and now we are on something else, and. And yeah, just thank you, Raphael, with all his work with David, and you, Nashiketa, with what you do with Flamenco. And now we're understanding it better and better.
Okay, well, thank you, Pirate, for coming up, and we'll definitely see you again, hopefully. And Alexander, Alex, welcome to the panel, or thanks for being at the panel and here. And what do you got to say for us before we
Thanks
say
for
goodbye?
having me, guys. Yeah. It was awesome talking to you. It's yeah. I'd actually love to continue that talk, or just actually, I've been thinking of getting my story, my part of the story out there more anyway. So, but I've actually been looking into working with a friend. Starting a podcast myself about this, but we haven't decided yet exactly where we're going to start and all that stuff. But
We
yeah,
need more
it's,
independent people doing media. Yes.
yeah, exactly. But what was I going to say? I think, yeah, there's so much stuff to uncover in this regard, and there's so many connections to make. It's and for me, like a part of my thing is also like trying to uh, always have both sides of the story like in the back of my head. Like I try to keep the mainstream story in mind as well, because I do think there is
You
information
manage
there
with
that is
only
added.
two?
Well, let's keep it at those. I mean, there's definitely more. Yeah. No, there's
Honestly.
definitely more. But I think there's like, I'll put it this way: like, there's the mainstream history thing, and there's like a lot of information I take from there, and the other is like my wacko head canon lore. That's a combination of all kind of stuff that I pick up from everywhere. So, yeah, it tends to get confusing, but but I don't know, man. The thing is, like, I wonder sometimes, like, why we are looking into this whole Tartaria thing, since it doesn't exist anymore and we can't verify if it existed. But it's like one of those things. Like, I just, I'm just really curious about it. What it could have been like, like if such a thing could have existed,
And just to
It's
be
just,
clear and to bring it to
yeah,
the present, what it can be now, because the
yeah,
knowledge must be somewhere, it is
yeah.
well possible at least a few specimen of somewhat viable sample architecture or whatever they've been doing, and cisterns and whatever it is exactly, would still be there,
It
is
still is. I
available.
mean, they're
So, and
finding it
from that
everywhere.
point of view, and without saying, oh, free energy, this, that, whatever, but even just aesthetically, there is and I mean, even some of those may be more recent, that's another part. Even if we just take the power plant part, whichever part, the water supply part, whatever it is, yeah, just this idea that there is knowledge or technology, information, awareness, culture to be potentially reclaimed, because where else are you going to find it? In progressivism, the way it's currently going, is not going to find
Yeah,
it there.
exactly.
And of course, ideally, everyone just has the divine spark, is kind to each other, then we can leave with all of that. But as long as people are still confused and entrenched in those dogmas and ideas, which often are based on forged and manipulated history and obfuscated ideas and stories, then I think as long as that is the case, this research is relevant. But that's just
Yeah,
my
exactly. And
my,
there's
my
one more thing, because the beauty of all this, of this particular research, is that it's all within arm's reach. All you need to do is go into your city, just look at the buildings to see what's underground. Why are these windows there? Like, why are these stairs there, and is the entrance up there? Stuff like that. You see that everywhere. Not here in Athens, to be honest, because we all our buildings are new. but we have like 7 layers underneath of like ancient stuff that we just keep digging up, and we can't find the bottom. So yeah, it never ends. So yeah, that's it for me, guys. Oh, by the way,
Well,
I
yeah.
would like to ask if there's a way for me to stay in touch with you. I'd love to. I'd love to know.
Yeah, you can email me, and then Raphael. I'm sure he has a way. He has his own various platforms that you can get in touch with. I will put my email in the back.
If you can see the
Oh,
private
awesome.
chat,
Yeah, yeah, I saw it.
otherwise,
Yeah,
otherwise my website is online linked through my channel. If anyone
yeah.
needs
I saw that.
anything,
Yeah, yeah.
everything
I'll look
is
that
linked
up
up
as well.
there.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Yep.
Thank you for joining.
Well, yeah, and I think it's like I encourage everybody to make their own podcast, and we need more independent people. We can't rely on the mainstream media, and more we connect with each other, more we bring clarity to what's going on. And I think I really enjoy the fact that people are coming from all over the world with their different skills and languages and such, and then we have like kind of like a reference of sort to kind of look at and be like, oh, okay, that's kind of interesting. So it's good. I appreciate you being up here, and hopefully we have another conversation like this again next time, Alex.
Awesome.
Thanks for coming up.
Will do. I'll shoot you an
Thank
email,
you.
and we'll do. Thanks, guys.
All right, take care.
And I'll be very brief. I just wanted
Tim
to thank
Truth,
you.
what say you, sir?
I just wanted to end by. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, it looks like I'm speaking. Okay. I just wanted to share a resource that I found that's amazing. It's got
Hello?
like. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
I can hear Tim. Maybe Nudge's connection's not so great, but
Oh, okay.
you're online.
Okay, I'll be real
Okay.
quick and I'll get out of you
Sorry.
guys' hair. There's a great website called annas-archive.org, and it's got like over 31.6 million books. So if you're ever trying to find like an old book or something and you can't find a PDF of it, check out Anna's Archive, annas-archive.org. It's great. I've been diligently going through trying to find a bunch of like really old historical texts, linguistic, etymological texts, and I wish I had more to share on that front, but it's just been the breadth of it has been so vast. So I just recommend people check it out while it's still available because they're gunning for it, trying to get it shut down. So thank you so much for having me up here. I think that you guys are onto something, and definitely as far as like the super ancient history, I'm 100% with you. I think that that's been obfuscated and covered up and replaced with lies. I'm just wondering personally, how far back can we trust? And so I really appreciate hearing a dissenting point of view. So I look forward to hearing your final closing remarks, and I'll get out of here. Thanks so much.
Cheers. Bye, Tim. Thanks for coming up, and we'll see you again, hopefully, in the near future. Okay,
Thanks.
Raphael, what are your final thoughts? And I really appreciate we did this today. It was kind of last minute, but I'm glad that we got it together. And thanks for coming up. And what are your final thoughts?
Yes, last minute, first minute. Yeah, everyone who's managed this far, there's no great revelation at the end. I just want to thank everyone. A lot of great viewpoints. Thanks everyone participating in chat. Thanks for everyone noticing, sharing in whatever way, supporting. And Nudge, thank you for inviting. I think this is always fun and great format, and great to bring in, of course, always more individuals, because this is the other thing. It's perfectly clear to me that only together, whatever this means exactly, we have any chance of figuring anything out, because that deck is stacked, obviously. So, but if we all share our cards, and we put them together, we can make our own deck. So that's what I'm looking for. And yeah, every step along the way of gaining more clarity, as you put it so nicely, is, at least in my book, a step in the right direction. That's what I'm looking for. So we can ultimately, again, so simply, live together in peace and not be confused by any of these stories that have been invented against our favor. And rather, if anything, make up our own stories by just living them, peacefully and properly. So thank you. And thanks, everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to monologue out of here, so you're welcome to hang out or go or whatever you want to do. But basically, I want to thank everybody for being here again. But the question that we have to start asking ourselves is that, like, if it is given to you by the mainstream or the academia, how much trust can you really put into it? And I'm not here to necessarily be on 100% on board with like anybody, like whether it be Flamenco or David Ewing Jr. And one of the questions that was raised by Alex, I think, was about like, what's the point of going back in history? Like, how much can we really know? Well, I think it's the same kind of question in regards to, let's say, a crime that might have occurred with a murder, and forensic scientists wanting to go back and trying to figure out, like, who killed whom, when they did it. So this is kind of like, detective work that is being done. And again, there is kind of a methodology. There's logic. There is kind of like, what is the science behind this chronology? Does it make sense, et cetera, et cetera? And there's a lot that needs to be talked about to, uh, you know, I guess, feel comfortable with it or feel confident about that information. So again, my caveat is that everybody should do their own research. Just don't take any, information at face value. Like even if I say it, or David says it, or Raphael says it, or Fominko says it. But once enough pieces are put together, it starts to paint a bigger picture on things, and that's what we really want. And again, I'm in a position where I don't trust anything that the government gives me, the academia, or like the traditional kind of information that we are like indoctrinated in. So whatever information that is going away from that, I'm going to take a look at. And then, again, whatever like cross-referencing information that we can kind of formulate some kind of picture that's going to help us to bring more clarity about what's been going on. Well, I think that's going to be helpful to us. And I kind of agree with this idea that having um, a how would I say, more agreed upon version of history will bring peace to humanity. So we've been lied to about a lot of things. Anybody who follows me come to an understanding of that. And so, I just want people to know that this is kind of important work, in my opinion, and that more information that we come to understand in terms of what actually is in terms of reality, better off we're all going to be, collectively speaking. So with that, good night, everybody, and thank you. I'm going to end with a song, and that will be it for today.